Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Welcome, guys.
Welcome.
Sorry for the delay. Real life work happened immediately when we were supposed to be going live, and this is always the fun part.
Bitch assness.
Bitch assness for sure.
At its finest.
Listen, guys, thank you all so much for being here. This is our 66th episode of OnPoint, the Gaming Newscast. I am CMoney. Across from me, you can see the very lovely Doodle.
Welcome, you guys. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you guys for your patience. We appreciate it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And in between us, you see our boy, MADMAN.
Hello, gang.
Look at the gang is back. Guys, sorry again so much for the delay. I'm still a little annoyed by the delay, to be straight up honest. But guys, man, we got stuff going on. And
yes, we
are very excited. East side at work, but I'm lurking. Appreciate you, brother. Tron TJ at work.
Right.
Welcome, man. Welcome. Thank you so much. G-May was good.
G-May checking in,
what's
love.
up? Bunty, what's good, my man? Sanchez, Eric, what is good? Fam, thank you all so much
Timmy
for being here. It's Timmy.
Timmy.
This Pain, what's up, homie?
Woo.
Welcome. And General Spartan, what is good, guys? Jesse B, what is up? Listen, let's go. We're ready. We're ready. All right, so we're gonna get started. Obviously, we gotta do a little housekeeping up in this place as we need to do on a normal basis. So, reminder: YouTube will not let us monetize. So, if you ever had a desire in your hearts to go ahead and help support the channel in some way, shape, or form, please consider doing so by joining our Patreon. The link is pinned in the comments. It's also in our description, and you will be joining these fine people who are scrolling along the bottom wheel. So thank you all. I'm going to shout out our boy, Mr. Joanna Dark.
Yes.
We're talking about
Let's go.
Dragonheart.
Mr. Jojo.
We're talking about, I'm waiting for the scroll wheel because it's taking too long. So I have to wait and postpone. Yes, I was right. So it's Mr. Joanna Dark, Dragonheart Yobi, Fanto Sir, Isaac Hayes 85, Zachary McCoy, and Sith Lord. Thank you all so very much. We really, really appreciate you. Now, we got shows. Okay.
Lots of shows.
Now, today's Thursday, which means if you didn't, you might have missed our show, Her, Him, and a Guest, this past Tuesday, which had the amazing Infinite Umbra in the house.
Yes.
What an awesome
so fun.
Oh my god, it was so fun. Yo, that was a dope ass interview. Chicken, what is good, my man? Welcome.
Chicken Eye 210. I love the name.
We got a concert in the middle of it.
Yes.
I'm not gonna lie. I previously had not really heard my man Infinite Umbra sing like that. But dude, he gave us a full-blown. We got 2 different songs, a good length. I mean, this was good. So if you haven't watched it, yo, go do it.
That's pretty legendary. Let's be honest.
It's worth it. Such a good show. Now remember, tomorrow we will be back to end the week with OnPoint Anime and Beyond, where we're going to talk anime, TV, movies, and any other pop culture stuff we feel like we want to. And then we also will start the week on Monday after a nice break on the weekend with our show Morning Quest with Doodle and CMoney. Doodle is off camera right now. And she's back. That's the Doodle who'll be there with me, and we will be having our show, and it will be awesome. We're gonna have a great time. So definitely be there, 9 a.m. Eastern time. Anime and Beyond is at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So it's gonna be a good time. And then next week, we were planning to do it this week, but we had a swap-a-roo on our show. So this upcoming week on Tuesday, we're doing a double feature. For Her, Him, and a Guest. The first time we're gonna have 2 guests, 2 separate time slots. We have at 4 p.m. Eastern time. We're gonna have our man Jay Fonzarelli. Fonz is gonna be joining us. at 4
Yeah.
p.m.
The
Eastern.
funds.
That's gonna be awesome. And then
It
at
is.
7 p.m. Eastern time, we're gonna have our boy Kareem Jovian.
Yes, baby.
What a name.
Super dope dude. Definitely need to come by, show some love and support. So we're doing 2. And then I believe the following week we got 2 as well. So we're listen, we're having fun on these shows. So
You maybe
definitely.
said a double banger.
do
Pause.
we want to pause that though? Or are we just gonna live in that? You
Let's
know what I'm saying?
live in
Just live
that.
in that. It's a double banger. I'll
Yeah,
take it. I
baby.
take it. Joy the Dark says, I thought you were gonna say J Dub. No. Chill.
We're gonna dub J.
So yeah, so that's the run of the shows. That's what we got going on. Now, don't forget to, you can see right on the screen, right under Madman. Go ahead and take a look at our Discord. Join us there.
Yes,
so we can kind of
guys.
chill and hang out in between sessions, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a fun time. Xbox South Coast, what is good?
Welcome, love.
Welcome. Mr. Joanna Dark in the building.
Yes,
Welcome,
baby.
guys. Welcome. All right.
Thank you for being here,
So,
guys.
Listen, obviously, you guys see the thumbnail. It's go time with this, baby. We're going to be closing on ABK. It's done. All the writing's on the wall. Everybody's already talking about it as if it's done. All these companies, everything. We're going to dig into it. But before we do, my man Eastside went ahead and tweeted out an image with Lords of the Falling that just released.
Yep.
Now, if you guys are not up on what is happening with Lords of the Fallen,
it's a remake from a game back in 2014.
Yeah. Well, no, it's a new game. So they are going ahead, and IGN has decided that this game right here, Lords of the Fallen, they gave it an 8. Okay. Now, they gave a game an 8 that the developers themselves went ahead and had to go ahead and say that they are doing patches because the frame rate cannot sustain. The game is pretty much unplayable. And that's on PC and the PlayStation 5. Xbox, they're not even up to the level that the PlayStation and the PC version is sucking. Okay.
That's full crap.
Jeez.
IGN had
I can smell it a mile away.
the balls. Facts, man. They had the balls to go ahead and say that this was an 8. Meanwhile, Starfield, that has gotten nothing but 9s and 10s from any respectable outlet that's out there.
You said it, respectable.
Respectable, that was the key word. And they went ahead and they did a 7 to our boys over at Starfield.
I mean, not even an 8, a 7. That's like, even though it was not bad, like for a game of its caliber, that's pretty low.
So this is the thing. First of all, what's up, Roshan? What's up, Duke? Thank you for stopping by.
Welcome,
Much
guys.
appreciated.
Thank you for being here.
So, listen, I understand that people would like to say, well, they're different reviewers and they're different games.
Yeah, there's a lot of bias behind it.
So, you know, some people may like the game they reviewed better than somebody else who reviewed the game. I don't give a shit. This is the thing to understand. Nobody looks at that shit that way. Okay. When you go to IGN and you look at all the highest rated games, nobody says, well, you know, this one's a 10, but it's not really a 10 if this guy did it. And if this guy would have done it, it would have been a 4, right? Like, that's not how it works. IGN gave it a rating. That's IGN's rating. I don't care about the individual person. That shit has to get approved. Okay. Somebody has to say, okay, you can take that score and put it. Cause I've been reading reviews for a long time and listening to podcasts for a long time of the people who do these things. We know there's a chain of command. They write the review, they have an editor who checks it, then they have to go get that score approved. They have to make sure that what they wrote is justified by the score and all this other bullshit. Like, there's a lot of stuff that has to happen.
Or it should be properly done. Either someone should review the games that they're into, period, in general, right? Like, it has to follow a pattern.
But meaning, regardless of that, it still has to stand up to IGN's ratings that they've given games.
Exactly.
So you can't go ahead and say this game is trash. I'm going to give it a 6. Is the garbage ass game. Read the review. This is like a dumpster fire of a game, and then have another reviewer come in and say, "Well, Starfield. I mean, it's good. It's just not what I was expecting. It's a 7." Go fuck yourself. No, that's not how that shit works. I'm sorry. The individual reviewers, nobody even looks at the name. Nobody cares who reviewed it. Nobody does. Nobody showed up for that person's review. Okay,
except Greg Miller back in the day.
Bullshit. You're not special. If you left IGN, people will forget that you existed. Okay, people show up for an IGN review.
Greg Miller introduced himself.
Greg Miller wasn't a reviewer.
Well, he did review
that, but we're talking about reviewers, right? So if you review a game for IGN, nobody cares that you did that. All they care is what IGN gave that game. So you cannot hide behind a random ass reviewer to say, "Oh yeah, I'm not gonna I can't change the fact that he thought that My Little Pony was a 10, so that's a 10, but Starfield is a fucking 7 because it didn't feel like this game that I pretended it should have been." No, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
So IGN, go suck your own. I wanted to say it, but I stopped myself.
What?
You see that? How fast I stopped it? That's control, because I was losing it a little bit.
Well, I mean, for people who take IGN's word, then that means Starfield is just as good as Mario Tennis Aces, so they know to dodge that. Apparently,
that's what I'm saying. Unfortunately, you cannot be oblivious to the rest of your scores. They don't live in bubbles. They go on the same sheet. When you see how many 10s did IGN give, they don't break it down like, well, this was a real 10. This 10 is not real because that reviewer just loves those games. Like, that's not how it works, man. So get the fuck out of this bubble and stop the bullshit. Doodle.
What's up, baby?
You can talk about what you feel about their shit, because I'm sorry I was a little bit of a tirade, but Doodle, what do you feel about this?
I understand it. It's a load of freaking crap. This is what makes me feel better is that they're falling. They're falling. All right? It's crumbling down. What are you going to do, IGN? What are you going to do with the projection of PlayStation? And what's going to happen when they don't have more games for you to review and you got to go kiss the ring, all right, and fall to your freaking knees and bow down to Philly Phil, all right? What are you going to do then?
Yeah, I don't know. 100%. I mean, Duke Togo mentioned Spider-Man 2, and I have a feeling that they're going to give it like a 9 or like bloat it to maybe a 10 if they really try, just to spit in their face. And I mean, honestly, I'll probably like Spider-Man more than Starfield, but that's because I'm a Spider-Man fan in general. So, you know, but I think that Starfield, like, how did they get away with just a 7? Even if you didn't like the game, you can still recognize the game's quality a mile away, you know? Like,
well, because it's bullshit.
You know what?
I feel like people did, but I can still recognize that it's a masterfully crafted game. Like, there's just so much to do. It's pretty stupid and crazy how much you can do. So, yeah. Yeah.
And they gave it an 8, right? And they're saying
they gave what an 8?
They just listed everything that's wrong with this game.
They gave what an 8?
Starfield, for Starfield,
no, they gave it a 7.
No, for Starfield, they said a 7 was good.
Yes.
Right? And we're talking about everything else that it's wrong, and it's an 8.
With the other game you're talking about.
Yes.
With Lords of the Fallen.
Yes,
Lords
of the Fallen.
Lords of the Fallen gave it as a great game, as an 8. It's great.
It's not freaking great. You just listed the list of crap that's wrong with it.
Problem. Like, it's a double-edged sword, because to be fair, that was a glitch problem, not a game problem. But
it doesn't matter when they reviewed it, whether it was...
Calm down. I'm not against Starfield. I was literally just saying that you can't give Starfield shit because there was something that felt a little off and drop it down to a 7.
Well, exactly. But the point is that the circumstances don't matter. Only the facts matter. And the facts are the fact that I'm looking at a a developer who just sent out a message talking about how shitty the situation is and that they're going to fix it as best they can. But Xbox people have to wait that much longer just to get to where the shit show is right now. And they're going ahead and grading that an 8 over Starfield being a 7. Fuck that noise. That's bullshit. And Duke, I have it up here because you put, how about that guy at IGN who says Spider-Man 2 better at least get a 9 or I'm going to have words with someone.
Because they're full of ponies. There's a bunch of ponies out there reviewing these Xbox games. And we know it. All right? We know it. Everybody knows it. And
absolutely.
Listen, this is a crazy thing. Again, they get away with whatever they did to Starfield and they just rose to the occasion. Now they feel that they can do and say whatever the hell they want. They are very entitled right now. I can't not wait because as much as I am ready, Matt, welcome. As I am ready for, PlayStation and that whole team over there to kind of get tossed around and have their ego kind of stripped from them, right? I'm also waiting for IGN to go ahead and get that same.
I feel like they're one and the same, bro.
All right? Because there's no denying that PlayStation ain't got shit coming out. All right? You can't deny that.
Facts.
It's not in the lineup. They don't even have the budget to catch up. And so we'll see who's going to have the last laugh.
Agreed. 100%. Chrisia, welcome. She says the worst game, like Elder Scrolls Online, is a 74, and you try playing it now, it's about an 85. They upgraded the shit out of it. That's the thing. They don't stop, right? Xbox and Bethesda, the reason they were perfect for each other and to work with each other is because they have the same philosophy. They don't just put it out there and let it die. They work on it. They try to get it better, and that's what they've done on a constant basis.
Because they are
Isaac, what's good, fam?
Welcome, love. They're there for the game of love, for the passion. All right, that's the difference. That's the problem. We're talking about people who are trying to just bring in that money. All right, to PlayStation. Right, we're talking about just IGN abusing their power because somehow they're sucking it really good. All right.
Yep.
There's some type of merge, some type of onset bond, something is going on over there between IGN and PlayStation.
It's money.
It's the freaking ponies, dude. They hire a bunch of ponies and they're gonna let them. The crazy crap is that they're gonna let them ruin their name. They're letting them ruin their name and their reputation.
Just remember, like the company is owned by a bigger entity. Okay. And right now, the bigger entity doesn't give a shit what's happening because they're bringing in the money. But as soon as the tables turn and IGN has lower numbers because PlayStation is not the place that's bringing in all the numbers anymore, that's when Big Daddy company who owns them will step in and have words. And you'll start seeing some of these ponies either change their tune or they'll be retired.
That's where it's at. That's the word of the year. Everybody's retiring.
Have, like, these 23-year-olds retire from IGN.
Guys, I'm done. It's too much for me.
Listen, that just the fact. I mean, look, G maybe says Xbox version must be real bad since you can't get reviews codes for it. Do we not all remember Cyberpunk? Now, yes. Cyberpunk was an amazing game on PC. 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10 for me.
Damn,
loved it. At 12, I'll go higher. Whatever you want.
Shit. What's Starfield?
13, one higher. Listen, that game was amazing, but we all know that those broken ass versions that came out on the consoles, that game got reamed, and all those great scores that it had for the PC, every time there was an Xbox or another version score, way lower, not an 8. Okay, to be clear, not an 8. So this broken game that was released, and I have nothing against Lords of the Fallen, just to be clear. I'm actually looking forward to it. I hope one day they fix it so that I can enjoy it. But
the issue is with IGN.
The issue is IGN. Who saw that? Go ahead. Oh, I thought you were okay.
Go ahead.
So the issue is with IGN, who knows that that's a broken game and who knows that had that been Starfield, like had Starfield been broken like
gosh.
that shit would have gotten a fucking 4.
A 4? A 2?
It would have been ridiculous, dude.
Yeah.
They would have had a field day, and we would have saw so many videos and so many news posts out there about how sucky this is. I saw this information about this game from Eastside.
Yes.
He tweeted it out to me. He tagged me
He
on
tagged
it.
us.
That's
yes.
how I saw it was even taking place. I didn't even know that the review score was out there because it's barely out there.
Nobody gives a crap.
Nobody gives a shit. Shitara, what's good, man? Jagger Blaze, what's good, man? Welcome. Look right here. He says, just wait till next year when PlayStation can't afford to pay IGN for biased mindset.
Facts. They better get that 10% back from Call of Duty, baby.
I can't wait. Dude, Eastside said it. Lords of Fallen doesn't even run into fucking 8. Exactly. Fuck out of here with that shit, bro. I don't give a shit. Nah, man. That's bullshit. Yeah, yo, the developer even came out. They're like, yo, we're releasing the game. The Xbox version just doesn't run. You know, it's like it doesn't work. It's not even suitable, but you guys will be happy because IGN gave us an 8, so you'll still buy it and play it.
That's
like
crazy, dude. That's ridiculous.
Dude, I'm so heated that they did this again.
Because it's just the disrespect
bro.
Is beyond, dude.
Blatant disrespect.
It's beyond. And listen, we all see now what Philly will do, right?
Yep.
What he will do when he's had enough.
Oh, he's gonna
snap. I just hope that he's had enough. I can't even imagine that he has not. Yep. And I want to see the consequences for the bullcrap that IGN has been pulling on Xbox this entire year. I'm so annoyed.
Listen, IGN has that mindset that they're so huge, right? But they're just huge in like the babyest form of things. Microsoft is a tie-in. And the moment that the tables turn and Xbox gets to where they have so much content out that is being desired and craved, like already is happening, and we already have the lineup of what we are like salivating for, you will see Phil's a gangster. We now know through all the emails. Thank God they came out because everybody thought he was soft. Matt Booty, we thought he was soft. Nah, they're killers.
They are.
Okay, they're killers. They want to spend people out of business, bro. Listen,
those are our homies.
They're already, if you guys pay attention, they're already kind of slowly digging at IGN because Aaron Greenberg and all these other guys, they're retweeting and pushing all the reviews from all these different outlets on a constant basis. Like anybody who has a good word to say about Xbox, they're pushing that out there. And the thing is that we're not in a position where the people who are giving good word to Xbox are because of like some sympathy. You know what I'm saying? It's not like Xbox hasn't earned it, so we're just being nice. No, Xbox has earned it. So it's the opposite. Anybody who's slandering Xbox right now is so bullshit.
It's crazy.
Like you can't even make the argument anymore of they have no exclusives. Like it's literally impossible.
Yeah, it's a whole different world right now.
And it's annoying that they have to do so much to still be disrespected. Like, dude, what do you have to do? What kind of game do you have to put out?
But it doesn't even matter because it's not.
Because we're getting to the point where it can't be denied. And it annoys me so badly. But it's getting to a point where this cannot be denied, right?
Facts.
The game's coming out, the lineup, everything that's been bought. Dude, I am telling you, they will be down underneath crying. Fuck that shit.
Xbox South Coast says you can't spell ignorance without IGN, or as I like to call them, lie GN. Facts.
Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one.
That's straight up facts. Listen, sorry for the little tirade.
You're not sorry,
kid. What is good, my man?
Yes,
welcome.
Highlight, please.
All right. First, General Spar says Microsoft needs to start blacklisting IGN until they start reviewing fairly. Facts. And by fairly, I mean that there should be a certain percentage that they shouldn't be allowed to go under. So if a game if you delete all the IGN bullshit, and if a game's in the 90s or 100, like, you know, up in that higher range, if they come in at like a 7, done. Like you're just gone because
Listen,
that's some
that's
bullshit.
not fair either.
This
I
is
don't
how
know.
I
Absolutely, it is. If the majority of people out there, listen, these like unanimously great games, right? The ones that like your Zeldas and all these other things, the biggest site out there should not put a person on there who's gonna be an asshole and not give a shit about that game. That's just what it is. There's people who like, you can't tell me that after you see Starfield have nothing but 9s and 10s, right? Across the board, 54, 50 something reviews they put on that sheet, all 9s and 10s, that IGN is a 7. That's just not it. They need to be up with times. If their ideas and opinions don't line up with like the majority of gamers, then you shouldn't be the biggest and the baddest.
I mean,
you know what I'm saying? You're not niche or us. You're not here to give us this unique little tweak. Everybody thinks it's a 10, but we think it's a 4. We're IGN. No. If anything, you should be the one who's setting the stage with everybody else. If you say it, that's where everybody else should be falling in line because you're the biggest and the baddest. So you should be able to predict that idea, right? If your guys are the best, then it should be pretty unanimous. If you're an outlier, then you're not the biggest and the baddest. You're just making shit up.
Exactly. And that's where they're falling into right now.
I mean, it's like saying if you were a reviewer and they were like, listen, you're reviewing Persona 5, you have to give it a 10 because everyone says
nobody said that. Nobody said that. But if you review Persona 5 and I said you review Persona 5 because you're into Persona and then you give it a 5 and then everybody else gives it a 9 and 10, you damn straight I'm going to come into your office and say, what is wrong with you?
We're going to flip some tables,
what is wrong
bro.
with you?
We're going to flip some tables and figure shit out. You got to learn today, boy.
It's true, bro. I'm sorry. Again, we're not talking about like a niche small website, right? Like this niche small website where you're like, oh, I relate with this person at this website. I like how they think. So if they think that game's a 4, then I would probably think it's a 4, right? But we're not looking for niche at IGN. That's not what it is. No matter what, even if it's a niche game, that niche game better fall in line with the majority of fucking people that are out there because you're speaking for the majority of people.
I mean, I was saying it's a joke, but IGN did give Persona 5 a 10 out of 10. So, that was...
Okay, well, this is just what it is, okay? And it's stupid.
Listen,
that they think
and it's not
going to
be enough for them to fall in line and go ahead and say, well, now we're going to fairly review your game because that's not the way we want it. I want them cleaning the house. I want them to go in there and say, listen, all this wild crap that's been taking place, I got their heads right here. Get to stepping. Just like Jimmy Jim had to step out. Yep. I want real consequences for the crap that's been happening because guess what? If the same people are still in there, they're just blowing for now, right? That's all they're doing.
Facts. 100%. It's like that kid, bro. That kid, understand this. Like, let's not live in a bubble. I call him a kid. I don't know how old he is, but that kid on IGN
because his statement was so ignorant.
It's so crazy.
That you have to call him a kid.
Who sat there and said that if IGN doesn't give Spider-Man 2 a 9 or above, that he wants to have words. He wants to have words with the person who gives that review. How for him to feel so safe, okay? Understand this. For him to feel so safe to think that he can say that in front of everybody who's sitting with him, plus knowing that the people who run this show are going to hear this. For him to feel so safe to say something so blatantly pro PlayStation only, like that blows my mind, especially after what happened with Starfield. Like, you're telling me this kid is going to go and say he has not played the whole game. Let's be clear. He did not review shit. He's not reviewing the game. Somebody else is going to be reviewing the game. But for him to say, without playing it, without doing anything, that it better be a 9 or higher and feel safe in the podcast, knowing he's not going to lose his job or knowing nothing's going to happen to him because he said that, like, that's just to show you how crazy it is over there in IGN land, because they are all so pro PlayStation. They literally, if you go to Xbox Unlocked, it's not even anything. Like, just Destin, pretty much. Ryan McCaffrey, he's such a fucking floater. Like, I mean, I've watched him forever since OXM days, and it's sad to see how he knows he works at IGN, right? He has, I mean, listen, I get it. He has kids, right? Like he has to take care of his thing. You know, he's too far into this career to just start doing some random shit out there, right? I get it.
It must be so uncomfortable though for him. Like it's gotta be so uncomfortable to be working at a place where you know what they expect of you and what they want you to do, right?
Yep. I mean, but at this point, he's been there so long. Who's to say that it's just not who he is now, right? Like he's just accepted it and he's become it, right? And it's just, listen, fuck IGN and their bullshit. I don't want to spend forever, but I do want to read this. Whoopo Kid says Xbox needs to cut IGN off. No more review codes, no more media passes, no more anything. Maybe they'll learn.
You're a boy, baby. Yes.
Facts.
Oh yeah.
Tiger Blaze says IGN is so conceited, one of the biggest Sony pony brothers for sure. G Baby says that booty ain't soft. It's been working out. What the fuck?
Hey yo, what?
Oh, Matt Booty. Got it.
Oh,
Eastside says Uncle Phil should buy IGN. G Baby says buying IGN equals no value added. Exactly. They should buy them and just shut them down. Let's just delete them from the history and let others rise, because there's plenty out there who are not garbage.
Can you imagine?
They buy Kotaku and make him like the biggest media outlet for video games. Like shit.
No, buy it, lock it up, and be like, all right, see you guys tomorrow. And then all the ponies lined up outside next day, like, we ain't got no time.
Yeah, we shut it down. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. Jesse B says people can be mad, but eventually they can say whatever. But the games will be there and cannot be ignored.
Yeah, baby.
Dude, the games are already coming, and that's the fear. That's why they're trying to sabotage it, right? They're trying to throw a wrench in it by showing all the people who are considering coming over to the Xbox side or subscribing to Game Pass or playing the games on PC. They're trying to stop it because for whatever reason, they're so obsessed with PlayStation that it's worth it to them to just slander a whole nother side of the people who come to see them.
What's happened? It's like they didn't watch what happened with Jim Ryan. And IGN is repeating the same mistakes, right? They're out there. We just want to stop the merger, right? So we're sabotaging everything. Like, did you not see how things played out for Jimmy Boy?
Man, the day that I see, what's his name? Dan, whatever the fuck his face. The guy. The day that I see the notice that he's stepping down,
that's gonna be a good day.
That's gonna be a good day. I don't care where I am. If I'm at work, I don't care what's happening. I'm gonna go live right at that moment. We're just gonna celebrate. It's gonna be a fucking party, bro. Oh my god. Map says IGN sucks ass.
Yes, they do.
These are facts. Why so serious? Welcome, my man. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Sanchez says IGN should disclose before each review that they are Sony owned, basically. So don't take my word for it because we're full of shit. Oh my god.
Should be in small prints.
Yeah, seriously.
At the bottom.
G-May says, unfortunately, Starfield was reviewed by the boss, so who flips his table? The bigger boss.
The bigger boss. There's always another boss,
a bigger
baby.
boss, man. Always. Mav says, Paper Schneider and worse is Dan Stapleton. They needs to go. Yo, they all need to go.
Yo, they need to empty out these offices. We need to go run shit in a freaking IGN. How about we start reviewing the damn game?
We should just do it. Go and snuff them out. Why So Serious says, if Starfield was a pony game, it would have gotten a 10 out of 10. They would listen, if Starfield was a pony game, they would have created a new scale.
Yeah.
And they would have said, you know what? We're going from 0 to 10, and then from 10, there's only one other number, and it's 15, and 15 is unattainable for every single game, except this one because Sony made it. This is the clown shit that they would do. Fucking stab.
Let's not forget that these are the same freaking ponies that are saying that Starfield's coming to PlayStation.
Well, they were. Yeah, they were.
They were that cracked out. And it's like, what in life are you guys thinking?
So bad. Mav says, only way to permeate changes through their site, they even stealing content for their site without proper sourcing on news. Facts. I saw that. Jez is out here and Tom Warren complaining because they're out here. They're not even journalists, bro. They're basically just us.
Yeah.
They're just us. They're just collecting news that other people say and we're just discussing it. This is what IGN became, bro. They lost all of their real people. Like all their real people are gone. It's clown shit over there. Eastside says Fool has a PlayStation Cuban link. What the fuck? Yo, for real. Oh, G Baby says, what does Spider-Man get compared to in reviews? Other Spider-Man games, right? Yeah.
No
Facts.
shit.
It's wild. Oh my Jesus. Don't tell me this is true. Goat Simulator got rated higher than
Get the hell
Starfield.
out of here.
That's what I'm saying, where you cannot, oh my God, you cannot go ahead and use this imaginary situation where it's like, oh, this other reviewer gave it this high score because he loved it that much, even though objectively that game is a 1 compared to Starfield. But it somehow gets to be rated higher because some random ass kid who
Goat
thought
Simulator
it's fun
3
to
got
play
an
with
8
a
out of
goat
10.
was better
You heard?
than Dan playing Starfield. Come on, man. It was 8 out of 10. That's some.
Yeah, from Goat Simulator 3 at least.
Listen, the situation is broken and it needs to get fixed.
The system is broken.
It needs to get fixed because it's some bullshit. Andrew, welcome, my man.
Welcome,
Thank you for stopping by. John,
is
Thank you
up?
for being here. Yes,
Wolf is in the
baby.
house. Woo-woo.
Latino heat.
Latino heat.
Ooh, I'm feeling
Chantal says, CMoney, I'm playing Titanfall 2. It's so cool and fun. Yo,
Let's
it is fun.
go.
Garcia says, Ghost Sim is fun. Not denying that it's not fun, but according to IGN, a 7 is good, right? So if it was good equals fun, right? Like it should have got a 7 or a 6, right? But no, IGN is trying to compare Goat Simulator to Starfield, and that is where we have a problem. Andrew, you're good, my man. It's all good. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for being here, love.
Whoop Whoop Kid says Destin needs to run IGN. You know, I think Destin needs to leave IGN. He needs to just abort ship, get out of there, and keep his name clean from the shit show that's gonna happen. I feel like one day, like it's like the FBI is just gonna raid IGN. Like they're doing.
That's how we want to see it go
just
down.
Rolls of coke are all in the back office that Dan is just hitting that shit. Woo, 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 just rocking it over and over again. And one day we're just gonna see it on the news, helicopters and shit outside of their office. Dan's like, no, it wasn't me, with mad white shit all over his face. Oh my God, I can't wait. I cannot wait.
Oh man,
Fark you, welcome, my man.
Thank you for that, CMoney. That was awesome.
Hello, Fark you says hello, Doodle, CMoney. And before I forget, IGN are pieces of shit.
Yes,
facts.
They are.
John Wolf says IGN needs to go away.
They do.
Facts.
IGN needs to die.
High supremacy. What is up, my man? Welcome.
High supremacy.
Roshan says when they gave 10 to God of War, they said 10 doesn't mean a perfect game. Oh my God.
With quotation marks.
God damn it.
And the 7 is not a bad game. This is the loopholes. This is ridiculous.
Bullshit, bro. It's so bullshit. Pyro, welcome, my man.
Welcome, love.
That's why I give like nothing a 10 in my
mind.
But
10 is not perfect because nothing is perfect, but it's your perfect game, right? That's the way it's supposed to be. This Pain says, I don't trust anybody at IGN. I don't trust Destin Legary either. That guy jumped on the bandwagon since the Xbox One. That guy was hating so hard, and now he changes his tune.
I like that. I like that.
Facts. You know, this is the thing that happened. I can tell you, this is why, like, Destin is a cool guy, but you gotta watch his stuff, right? If you remember when he first did, he came from Xbox Unlocked, so he started his channel. When he first started his channel, he was doing things and he was trying to do PlayStation stuff. It's just that the people weren't taking it. They didn't watch his content when he did PlayStation stuff. So he said, all right, forget it. I'm going all in on Xbox, which is dope. The problem is that he doesn't realize that when you do that, there's a certain expectation of what you do.
I love that you called this out.
And when you go ahead and I'm sorry, Destin, you're a cool dude. I'd love to have you on our show, him and the guest. Come on down. We'll have a great time. But if you are going to sit there and look at Gran Turismo 7 and then look at Forza Motorsport and then tell me that after you look at those games running and you play those games with the controller in your hand or a wheel in your hand, and you tell me they are close or the same, they are not. They are not. You know how bad IGN is at this point? You know how bad they are? They're so bad that it has permeated every aspect of them. And now they even got the car guy, the guy who reviews the car games, who was used to be completely separate, away from the hate, and he just judged the games as they were. How my man's gonna say in his review that this was the best Forza game that they came out with, yet He rated it lower than the last Forza game.
Forza game, you guys.
It's an 8. That's stupid. I hate. Wait.
This just reinforces that crap situation you're talking about.
My gear so badly when you see IGN give a game a 9 or a 10, and then have a remaster come out and it's like a 7, and it's like, what? It's the same game. How is it worse? That's so stupid.
Facts. John Wolf says Destin should start his own brand and gamble on himself. I mean, he's got enough subscribers. He's already crossed 100,000. It's pretty close, but I mean, he has a kid and stuff. I get it. It's scary. Pyro says the Slim announcement just further proves truth in me redacting certain L's from models. Pay has no limits for the payers. Facts. We're gonna talk. No, don't worry. We're going
in today.
Show. Go Eagles, go Philly. Hey, what's so serious? I'll throw it in for you.
Let's go.
Sanchez says FBI raids IGN and find a meth lab. Facts. John Wolf says
that would
IGN
explain the situation, though.
It really would.
It would. Then I'll be like, all right, I get it. You know, you guys are fucked up. But damn.
Facts. IGN said John Wolf says IGN equals rule for thee, not for me. Figure straight up for real. Pyro says can't spell IGN ignorance without IGN. Fact. Ignorant IGN. Facts. Listen, guys. I'm tapped out with this crap with these people because I'm so annoyed by it, and I'm kind of annoyed that I spent so long talking about it. To be honest with you,
it has to be talked about.
I just feel like that
be addressed.
It's
crazy. And thank you so much for tagging us on that tweet.
Yes, Eastside, thank you.
Thank you.
Because I didn't even know that was going down like that. Rashawn says there's an agenda. I don't even watch movie trailers if it's ignorant channel. Facts. Why So Serious says Xbox tax is -10. Whatever the score is going to be, just subtract 10 from it. You're good to go.
Just take 10 away. So technically, Starfield was a 17.
There you go. Exactly. John Wolf says the Xbox tax. Facts.
Oh, -17.
All right, guys, we're gonna get out of the IGN train station.
Ew, don't even say IGN. I'm gonna throw up.
Are scum. And we're gonna go ahead and move into what we're actually here for, talking about the topic of the show. And we're gonna do that right after this. I lied. Look, I was almost put it again for you, but I took it back real quick.
The double banger.
The double banger.
Yes.
That's what we got to show. OnPoint, the gaming newscast, where we double bang you.
Oh yeah.
Maybe that might be a little too much. That might be too far. We're gonna take that back. We'll workshop
call us out on that one. All right?
We'll workshop that.
Listen, we took it too far.
Really
I don't know what happened there. The hype levels got me. All right. So as you saw on the thumbnail, the reason you clicked the button and came in, the deal is done, guys. It's happening. We have way too many people essentially acting as if the deal's already done to ignore it at this point. I'm excited. It's been a long road. This was what, January 2022 that this was announced?
Yes, sir.
Things have been, we've been waiting.
Going down for real.
They've been going down for real. But you know what? This is the thing. I feel like
not in a good
everything is meant to be, because this is coming to fruition at the perfect time.
It is.
I feel like had it came sooner, as cool as it would have been, I think that there was still, Redfall was out. There were still things that were kind of a little, rocky, right? Because we didn't know if Starfield was going to deliver. Okay, because Starfield was the game that we all looked at and said, if Starfield doesn't deliver, then it's very difficult to have faith in whatever else they're bringing us.
Correct.
Because we know that Xbox knows that this was their biggest game that they were ever going to release at this moment in time, and they had to land it, right? They had to stick the landing, and it had to go and work. And you know what? They did it. Okay, IGN be damned. This was a 9 to 10 game across the board. Personally, 10 out of 10 for me, easy. My game of the year, easy. My game of the generation, easy.
What about Halo Infinite?
That's the thing. It's like
no. Listen. Just so you guys know, all in life, I'll say it again. I don't know what my son doesn't already. He's always trying to catch me on some shit. But understand. I'm just to be clear, no matter what I ever say
IGN.
to you. He's IGN. He's always on some shit, bro.
No matter what,
100% across the board, Halo is always my love. So I don't count anything against Halo because nothing will ever win against Halo. Okay. So Halo Infinite is my favorite game that I've played.
Aside,
better than Starfield.
Halo aside, no matter what I say, it's always Halo aside.
3 is better than Starfield.
Son, calm down. Okay. So Starfield is my game of the generation. Easy. Because it's a fucking amazing game. Okay. But now with that hitting, and then us having that and say, okay, cool. We have Forza coming. Is that going to hit? And guess what? The shit hit, right? So you got Starfield, boom, banger. You got Forza, banger. Now, as an Xbox fan, the confidence level is there, right? Like there's nothing in me right now that's saying, man, I wonder if they're going to land Fable. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Like, I wonder if that's going to do okay. I wonder if Avowed's going to do good. No. There's not an ounce in me that has some type of thought that, some type of doubt. Nothing. It's just is what it is. I know that they're rocking it, and that's what they're going to continue to do. Just to put this out here, IGN Japan gave it a 10 out of 10.
Yes.
Sanchez.
Thank you.
Yeah. Seems like only some people from IGN have problems in their minds from certain places.
Not the Japanese ones. They're intelligent.
Not the Japanese ones. Those are the good guys. But yeah, so listen, we're now in a place where this closing is just going to add massively to that momentum. And on the end of that first part where we say that it's finally closing, right? If you look at the title, I say, is this the final nail in the coffin for PlayStation? And I don't mean PlayStation going out of business. I mean PlayStation losing their dominance. Okay? Because this is what I will say. The fact that Xbox is hitting the way they're hitting, the fact that they nailed Starfield, the fact that they nailed Forza, the fact that we have so many great, amazing games coming down the line that are top tier. When you look at ABK closing and you now start to envision, okay, on top of everything we already have, we're bringing 15,000 employees into the Xbox fold who are all going to be working towards bringing us more games. And at a level that Activision themselves have never delivered.
Yes.
Because they never had
the budget and the time that they're going to be able to have.
Studio that PlayStation worships so much.
Yo, I can't believe he said that, Jim, when he rolled. If Xbox buys Activision Blizzard, our business will never recover.
And listen, we're going, essentially, we're going by his words, right?
First time he wasn't lying.
Their studios ain't shit, and they will never recover.
You know what's funny? I was on Twitter, and somebody put up that picture of it, right? Where it's like him standing there, and the quote where if it happens, we can never recover, right? And that person did that in response to some pony who was like talking shit, right? And then that same guy went ahead and responded to that tweet saying, "But Jim Ryan's a liar, right?" So he wants to acknowledge that Jim's a liar when it benefits his narrative.
This is what happens. This is the pattern. This is the behavior.
So now that we know this is happening, again, Doodle, when you hear, right, the question that I posed, right, is this once they close on ABK, and now ABK is part of the Xbox family, do you feel that this was the last piece of the puzzle needed for Xbox to basically flip the script on PlayStation and now put them in a position where PlayStation is on the downfall and Xbox will instead rise to ultimately finish this generation ahead?
This is a fantastic win for Xbox and for Philly. But that nail, that was shoved in long ago.
Damn.
Long ago. This is not a new thing. The fact that PlayStation, Jimmy Jim, and the ponies have not been able to see what's been taking place I mean, those are one of the wonders of the world. You just can't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand what they didn't see coming. I don't understand how they got caught off guard. I don't understand where their arrogance and cockiness continue to like feed this behavior, right? Because you're watching Phil out there buying all these studios. You understand what studios do, right?
Yep.
They make games, right?
A little bit.
Now you're talking about
Hopefully.
studios with a bigger budget and more time. Instead of going ahead and doing what they needed to do and figuring out a plan, they were busy laughing and thinking that they weren't going to get it together. Joke's on them, though. Like, they're getting slapped up. I honestly do not see how PlayStation's going to start getting back out of this hole, but this is a conversation they need to have and figure this shit out quick. Very quick, because it's going to take a very long time to get out of that hole and kind of recover from that hit that they're taking right now.
Facts.
It's going to take a while, and it's going to take a lot of money that they don't have.
That's the key.
That's key,
right?
dude.
It's the money that they don't have. That's the problem. Because right now, we already see it, right? We see what PlayStation's doing. This is the world of remasters now, right? They remaster their games. They're remastering their systems, right? Like they're just doing like the bare minimum to survive.
This is basically like their 2010s Capcom phase where they were like, we got nothing but remasters for you guys because you won't like what we really got in store.
Not even, you can't even put them in the same sentence because Capcom did remakes and they went ahead and did amazing things. Whereas PlayStation is just taking the old and sprinkling a little crap dust on it and hoping that people will buy it. And that, my friend, is
and listen,
wild.
This has worked. Listen, the reality is that this has worked for them in the past, right? Making all these freaking boxes, going ahead and selling the crap out of it's worked for them, right?
Yes.
What they refused to look at was what was not taking, what was not working, looking at those numbers and saying our games are not selling as they should in comparison to our systems. And so there was a big disconnect that they refuse to pay attention to. Just like they refuse to talk to their fans, they refuse to give us a layout of what they're planning to do. They're non-existent in our world. We just have to assume. And so they are literally becoming non-existent because Philly and Xbox are burying them alive.
Yo, talking about burying them alive, we got a dance over here that happened. Pyro Mad says starts playing Coffin dance for PlayStation. You fudging died. Now we're dancing with your corpse. We're dancing with your corpse.
Yeah, baby. Let's go.
Listen, he ain't messing around. We're showing them what's what. Fark you says PlayStation charging more for less. PlayStation fan base says nothing.
No, of course.
Frauds.
But listen,
they are frauds.
This is the thing. We know this. Why? Because they go ahead and they go on Twitter and they go on every freaking social media outlet talking crap, right, about Xbox. But where are they to buy the games? Why are their games not selling? How about you guys go and play your game? Go buy the shit, right? So you can actually know what the hell you're talking about.
Facts.
You're out here backing a freaking system that you don't play games for because you're sure as hell ain't buying.
Facts. The numbers don't lie.
The numbers
they
don't
can
lie.
Say what they want all they want, but the numbers don't lie.
Yes.
People are not buying those first party games the way they claim to. And that's why Jimmy Jim was crying nonstop about PlayStation fans not being enough. The console is not enough. That's why they're desperate to bring their games to PC, but they're so afraid of their fan base that they're only bringing the games a year or two later, and they're not making shit off of the PC version anyway. These games are critical successes, right? They get their PlayStation, so they get good scores because it's a PlayStation game. But people are not showing up to buy these games, dude. Xbox has way more players on their games. 100%. It's crazy. This page says the only complaint I have about Xbox is we have too many damn games now. Let's go.
Not enough time. Not enough time. But bless though, because guess what? You can be in the mood for anything and you will find something.
Facts. 100%. Eastside says Clockwork Revolution. I don't know why that game keeps slipping, but In Exile is making Clockwork Revolution, and damn, that's gonna be a banger, bro. Yo, first of all, I don't know if you guys played Wasteland 3, but I was not a Wasteland fan before Wasteland 3, and damn, dude. Well, and I wasn't a fan because I never played them. This was the first one I played, and they were, oh my god, that game was so amazing. Like, I'm so pumped for Clockwork. Like, I can't even imagine what they're gonna do with that game. It's gonna be crazy. So good. This Payne says this is like Lord of the Rings, one company to rule them all. Facts. Sanchez says, I'm a simple man. I see Doodle and I click.
Hey, yo,
you made
what?
Thank you.
Hey, yo, shit.
Facts. Eastside says Refudge says PlayStation Plus is just a price reduction for the annual subscription. What a lying, coping, fragile eagle pony. Facts. Pyroman says board of directors realized they can sell manure at $70. Now they sprinkle a bit of glitter on it and said turd and sell it again at 70, calling it definitive edition. Damn.
I love it.
Quadruple damn.
Sanchez says they did an amazing job on Forspoken with FSR3. It looks great at 4K max settings. Hope they add more games soon. Listen, Forspoken, it's so like Forspoken should have been an Xbox game, because if it was an Xbox game, they would have sat there and they would have really nurtured it and really done something with it and made it something more. You're saying it looks great with FSR3. I haven't tried it. I don't have Forspoken. I believe you. And I hope it does look good for the people who did play it, or who did buy it. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it comes in PlayStation Plus, unless it's already there and I didn't even know. But they got my money until I paid up front for a year. So might as well use it for something.
Over.
Shit.
The breakup.
Jeez. Then the breakup is hard. Yeah, it's not even gonna be hard. I'm gonna be laughing. I'm like, it's over.
For them.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it to them. It's over. See you later. I'm so excited for it. Jesse B says, just basic paper napkin math says 3 million sales at 70 nets you 210 million, not counting marketing. And if it costs 230 million to make, problems, right? Problems in
a lot of problems.
All right. So Activision, they went ahead, and again, obviously, since they know this deal is all but done, right? They know it's done. They know that it's going to be happening. They went ahead and they put out a statement. And MADMAN and Doodle, I want you guys to kind of see how you see it and what's going to come from it. But they're trying to get ahead of it, saying that they do not have plans to put Modern Warfare 3 or Diablo 4 into Game Pass this year. Once the deal closes, we expect to start working with Xbox to bring our titles to more players around the world. And we anticipate that would begin by adding games into Game Pass sometime in the course of next year. Now, they anticipate, they wonder, they think. The reason being is because the moment they are owned, their word doesn't mean doo-doo. Okay? Xbox can do whatever they want. So, Jess Corden goes ahead, and right after that tweet is put out, after a little time, he puts out and says, our sources indicate, surprising nobody, that despite Activision's statement, you can expect to see a bunch of Activision stuff hit Xbox Game Pass as soon as the deal is finalized. Now,
good for them.
First of all, what do we think? Do we think
no shit,
Activision's full of shit that they're just saying what they have to say because they're not owned yet, or is Jez full of shit and the games are not coming?
I think they're coming because I think Activision's gonna want them to hit Game Pass, own a deal or something, because they want to be bought. We know what's happening, so they'll probably just want to have Xbox get the Game Pass rights, and then
no, we're talking about the deal's closing now.
Yeah.
So once the deal's closed, then it's not about wanting or not wanting. Xbox will own everything.
Yeah.
So the question is Activision being truthful that we're not going to see anything till next year going into Game Pass, or like Jez just said, that as soon as this deal closes tomorrow, that we should be seeing stuff hit the service?
Oh, yeah. All right. Sorry, I misunderstood the question. I don't. If Activision's saying that they're not, I don't know why they'd lie. Like, you know what? We're not bringing any of their games yet. And then 2 days later, they're like, "Ha, you fell for it, didn't you?" Like, I don't know. Maybe they'll want to build up some advertisement for Activision games that you can buy there, and after the holiday season, have them hit Game Pass.
That's a great point, man. Maybe they want people to just go out and get the games. But see, this is the thing, and I'm with Jess on this one.
Facts.
They're out there. Let's not forget that they're hiring people. They have everything in order. They're setting everything else up. And as I would, are you kidding me? If I'm confident that this is what I want it, I got it situation, and I'm walking out with freaking Activision. All this dragging around that took place, by the way, the one thing that Jimmy Jimbo did right was drag this freaking deal this long. Okay? So that's the one thing. Let's get that clear, because he did act a fool, and this did get dragged out for longer than it needed to be. And so I do think, right, because that's what I would do. I will go ahead and do everything else. I will have everything lined up, because the moment this deal closes, I am ready to go. Now, what I do believe is that they should gradually put in the game, right? I think we have a lot going on in Game Pass, as you guys know and you've stated. And I feel like a gradual situation, we don't need them all in one shot.
Yeah.
But I do believe that these things are going to start getting dropped in. And I think that as a celebration, we're going to get like a little treat bag, let's call it.
A goodie bag,
yes.
Some would say. Yeah, I feel that. No, I'm in a kind of the same boat. When it comes to what first of all, I believe Jess. If Jess says he has sources, when he says he has sources, that means he's talking to people at Xbox. And I'm sorry, Activision, but your word kind of don't mean shit no more, because once you're owned, if it's not Xbox talking, it doesn't matter. Right?
Activision right now, obviously, this is not done. So they're doing what they need to kind of do and go out there and need to say. And MADMAN brought up an excellent point. Yes, these games, they want people to think maybe that they're not going right into Game Pass, or that it's going to take a while, so they can go ahead and make that money. Because right now, people can go ahead and still buy these games. Maybe people are holding off, thinking, nah, all these games are getting dropped into Game Pass the moment this deal closes. And they want people to have that mentality right now.
So I think I agree with that. The problem is that there's not many people who are lining up to play the catalog games, right? Like the older games that we're kind of thinking will go into Game Pass, right? The games that they specifically mentioned, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, which is not even released yet, and Diablo 4, which is one of their biggest games ever. So let me say this, Payne, because I've been having it here. So he says, this Payne says, so Sony games come out, they're dog shit, and then they sprinkle some glitter on there, and now it's pony shit, or they think it's unicorn shit. Facts. Jesse B says they aren't gonna make people mad who pre-ordered and bought. But like January, I can see it easily.
Yep.
Fact, that's true. That's true.
I agree.
So between what Jesse just said, specifically about Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and then Pyro says the thing that's preventing Diablo 4 and Modern Warfare 3 from coming to Game Pass is marketing rights. Sony for COD, whereas D4, I feel a clause was added to prevent it to coming to subservice for 12 months. So yes, that's the thing. That's the bigger issue, I would say. Like, as much as I think, Jesse, that people who pre-ordered it would be mad, it's also not out yet. So technically you can cancel your pre-order if you find out, hey, it's coming to Game Pass and I have Game Pass.
True.
So I don't think that would be too crazy. But just like you said, it's the marketing rights that are the issue. Now, the big question, right, that Jimmy actually was the one who kind of put forth for us, right? Jimmy said he doesn't think it makes sense to be supporting a game and marketing a game that at the end of the day, people will know belongs to Xbox.
And that is correct. And listen, the reason why it makes no damn sense is because people are going to buy it for whatever they were planning to buy it for this particular year. Next year's when it matters. I say get that 10% back. You guys need the pennies and use that money elsewhere. And I don't know. I don't even know. It's a nice chunk of change that needs to be it sounds like a lot, but it also needs to be used properly in order for it to matter in this situation that they're in.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think at the end of the day, I don't see it making sense to them where they go ahead and they say, nah, I'm gonna keep the marketing rights, right? But I'm going to let Microsoft now take 80% of everything that comes through PlayStation. 80% is going to go there. When I let them put it into Game Pass, they're going to put it in the Game Pass next year anyway.
Yep.
Okay. So if I let them put it in now, the PlayStation people who already have a PlayStation who are going to buy the game are still going to buy the game on PlayStation.
Exactly.
Right. That's still going to happen because, first of all, not many people are going to know yet that that's going on. So why would I, if I'm Hideki Kodoki, the guy who's taking over PlayStation, why am I going to say, listen, should I keep this deal? And we already marketed it so much already. So people are already going to be coming to PlayStation. But if we went ahead and said, listen, we will drop the clause if you let us go ahead and get our 10% back, so it's a regular 70-30 split, and you can go put the game in Game Pass or do whatever your heart desires. I think if I'm PlayStation and I know I'm hurting and I'm doing everything I can to eke out money, so I'm re-releasing games that are 3 years old, or I'm re-releasing a PlayStation Slim that we just went ahead and try to get people to buy a Spider-Man version, and then we try to get them to buy a purple version and whatever the other color was, and like a week later we're like, oh, by the way, we're doing this brand new model. Like, excuse me, they're obviously hurting. So for them, remember, 10% of Call of Duty is a big number. It's a big number. You know, they were killing it with Call of Duty at 20%.
Yeah.
So imagine if they go ahead and get to have that 10% back. I can't rationalize in my head how they would think that it makes sense to stop Game Pass from happening. So they go ahead and
listen, it's a two-way benefit, right? Because I feel like Philly will also jump right into that. Yes, let's split up this contract, take it, goodbye. Like with everything that took place, I wouldn't want to deal with any of them.
100%. Agreed.
1000% agreed.
This pain says, Xbox said, I see you and I want you. You're mine. Facts.
Xbox.
Chicken Eye says, this show's the GOAT.
Oh, baby, thank you.
Oh, yeah, we are the GOAT.
Thank you so much,
much appreciated.
Thank you.
Pyro Mad says, people forgot during the Xbox One gen that Microsoft has Scrooge McDuck's money bin at their disposal. Listen, during the Xbox One gen, Satya was not on. First of all, I think didn't Satya like start in like that time, like right around that time, something like that. I don't remember exactly, but
I don't know exactly when
Satya wasn't as on board. Now he's all in. Now my man is spending $70 billion. Xbox hasn't spent $70 billion in the entire time that Xbox has been alive.
I know.
As a brand, they haven't spent $70 billion on anything Xbox
Not
related.
even close.
And they did that over the course of this year. Well, in the flip of the switch, once that deal goes through, they're spending that money. It's crazy. Jesse says, I'd be worrying about the new deal and let it take place now. Exactly. You want that 10-year deal to start kicking in where you're making your money.
Yeah.
So I 100% think that's what's going to happen, but we'll see. Now, just
Purple
in case.
Berry says, hit the like button.
Purple Berry, hit the like button.
Yes, please hit that like button.
That's helpful. And if you're just listening and you're not talking in the chat, definitely subscribe and then come into the chat and chill with us because it's a fun time.
Join us, baby. Join us.
Sanchez says Satya deserves more credit. He really does.
Yes.
This is the thing. Phil is the G, right? Because he went ahead and he went to the sugar daddy and he made it happen. right? He made it happen. But we gotta remember that the sugar daddy had to say okay. You know what I'm saying?
Sugar daddy had to be willing.
Like he had to be willing.
Know?
He had to be willing to see that future that Phil put in front of him. And Satya is that man. Satya is the dude who's actually bankrolling all this. Phil gets the credit. He's the front man.
His legacy.
Satya is the one who's paying the bills. He's okaying all of this, right? So Satya does deserve 100% way more credit than he's been getting.
Philly brings in the ideas, and he has to see them kind of come through in his mind and see if it makes sense.
Absolutely.
So yes, I agree.
They're the perfect team. Now, just to be clear, in case you're listening and you're saying, man, that Activision thing, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean they're about to close. They can not close. All right. To be clear, Richard Hogue, who I hope to one day have on on our show, or him and the guests as well. Hogue Law, he's a dope dude. When this tweet came out, he right away went ahead and kind of put some context on this as a lawyer who understands this very well. He says, for the record, the mere existence of this tweet suggests that closing is nigh. That closing will be happening momentarily. Okay. Then he adds, and to add further clarity, there's virtually no way Activision unilaterally makes a communication on this point. This should be seen as a joint production and read as coming from Microsoft. So they already have to, I mean, again, the ink's not dry, but I think what he's trying to suggest here is that this is in good faith, or for all intents and purposes, maybe the ink is dry and we just don't know it yet.
Right?
Maybe they signed the deal already expecting that the CMA was going to close and they don't and approve it. And they just don't want to announce it until CMA announces the approval. And then they're going to be like, hey, by the way, we're closed. I don't know. Because from what I understand, they can't actually do anything together until they're officially closed. So, but that is the exciting time. Now, this just broke today. Oh man, look, hold on. This post has been deleted just to give more evidence. See, the beauty is, even though it's deleted,
you took a picture
have it here.
Yes.
And this says that the Communication Workers of America, they expect Microsoft's Activision Blizzard acquisition to close tomorrow. So Friday the 13th, which will forever be known as the Massacre of Ponies Day.
Nice.
Okay.
Gonna be a bad
I need somebody to make a movie featuring ponies.
Oh my god!
And them getting massacred in some scary movie scenario.
Damn, I love horses, but these damn ponies.
But they'll be like
man.
They'll be like man ponies. Like they'll be people with like pony heads. So they're not like beautiful horses.
Okay.
Yeah, they should remake
ponies that we deal with every day.
But it's a camp full of ponies instead of bitch ass counselors.
Excuse me.
What was that, Madman?
They should remake Friday 13th, but instead of a camp of ponies, it should be a camp of ponies instead of counselors. Damn it, I said it right the first time. Thanks, Doodle.
Mad Sanchez says mad ponies.
Mad ponies.
Mad ponies.
Angry as hell.
Ira says one of us to the non-subscribers not chatting. Yeah, don't be that dude. All right. Don't be that dude. Don't sit in the outskirts not chatting. Hit the subscribe button. Come join.
Yeah.
It's a fun time. But yes, CWA
Shintaro says I always hit the like button.
Oh,
thank you,
Shintaro,
baby.
thank you so much. Absolutely. That's the way we gotta do it. Much appreciated. So yeah, that is a big deal right now that they said is gonna be closing tomorrow, and then that tweet got deleted. Like Microsoft was like, "Player, I told you that behind the scenes." Okay. It's like, ugh, like Phil just came in hard, like, yeah. Toma.
What I say to you? Snitch.
Oh my god. Yeah. That pretty much guarantees that this is happening tomorrow. It got deleted because it wasn't supposed to go beforehand. You know, CMA is like, how do they know? Yeah, we know. All right, we know. Pyro says Phil Spencer needs to become Jason Voorhees for Halloween. Oh my god, Jason, you gotta do it. It's Phil's gonna be Jason, and all the ponies are these young teenage people at camp. All right, it's going down.
Get him,
it's gonna
Phil.
be
Get him.
a bloodbath tomorrow. It's sad for them. Great for us. Now, on top of that, remember, we're only waiting for the CMA to formally announce this. But we did have a little bit of a scare. That's strong words. I said it myself, and I don't know why. That's a little bit too strong to say scare. But I would say there was like this little niggling annoyance of an idea that because Microsoft restructured the deal for the CMA with the whole thing where they're selling off the cloud rights to Ubisoft and all this other stuff. The EU was, there was a possibility that they might have to open a whole new investigation, a whole new phase 1 to make sure that deal works. But we did find out by Bloomberg reported that the EU won't need to go through another approval process for Microsoft's restructured Activision deal. So they pretty much have just accepted that it's still a good deal all the way around.
What
Nothing
they
is
did was
damaging
just a
the deal they
patch.
have.
It doesn't change anything else. They did that for a purpose, right? To clean something out so that this can go through smoothly. There was no reason to even bring this up in this way. But I'm glad because they could have been hold and started a whole new thing.
Yeah, they could have, but that's to show you, like, they would just be wasting. They're not like the FTC, who are these fucking clowns who keep going.
Oh my god, it's
and
a whole
keep
circus
wasting
in
our
there.
dollars, our our tax money that we spend. They keep going with it, and it's ridiculous.
I really don't understand what their freaking agenda is.
It's so stupid.
With this entire situation.
But it's ridiculous.
This is why, like, yes, you can do whatever you want, but after a little bit, you kind of got to be like, all right, you ain't free no more to do anything you want to freaking do because now you're out there looking stupid and
put a
wasting
leash
our
on
money.
him, bro.
Like, at some point, this has to stop.
Agreed, 100%. So
start spending your paycheck on it.
Yeah. So the EU, obviously, they went ahead and they respected their taxpayers' dollars and said, you know what? We don't need to waste any more money on this. The deal's clearly better than it was before. And all the deals that Microsoft made, with the EU are safe. So, like, every deal that they had with the EU is still in play. And then they have the separate deal with the CMA, but that deal's everywhere anyway. So it's just a better deal overall.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, man, they've been keeping to their word. I know a lot of you guys are not into cloud gaming, which is fine. I understand. But I will say that Microsoft has kept to their word. We got Starfield was put into NVIDIA GeForce Now, the cloud's service. That's how I play it 90% of the time on my G Cloud. And it runs beautifully. It looks better than it does on the ROG Ally. It looks better than it does on the Xbox Series X, to be honest with you. It's the PC version, and it looks glorious. And they also just put in Forza Motorsport that we just got. Boom, it's right into the cloud service. It looks beautiful. So Microsoft is holding their end, right? Like, they're holding up their end. They said that this deal is happening. We signed it. It's already in effect. The only thing that's going to be added to the deal with NVIDIA is once this deal closes, we will get all of Call of Duty's and all of Activision's games into GeForce Now, which is wonderful, which is so good. But yes, they are keeping up with their end. So this whole thing where they're chopping it off, giving Ubisoft, the rights and all this stuff, they're just making this deal so much better. That's why this whole thing with the FTC, they went ahead and filed a new submission. They want to reopen discovery because they want to know the ins and outs of the Ubisoft deal and how it can affect them. And it's like, dude, it doesn't matter. Exactly. It's a better deal. Everybody's approved this deal. You're clowns. FTC, CMA, IGN, what do they have all in common?
They suck.
They suck.
They play. They
they're
work
all
at the
ponies,
circus,
bro.
They work at the circus.
All right. Everybody on the FTC, if they play games, they're Sony ponies. That's it. Same thing with CMA. They're all in the same bag. IGN, bunch of clowns. This is a circus that we've been watching and that we've been a part of for over almost 2 years, man. Like, it's enough, right? People talk about the scary clown being the It movie. Nah, man.
No.
It's all these clowns that are out here that we have to deal with on a daily basis on Twitter. They're the scary ones.
That's where it's at.
Can
Yeah.
you imagine? Ugh, so many clowns. It's a
Freaks.
problem. It's a problem for sure. Pyro says, did someone mention Lena Khan? Lena Clown and her feudal troglodyte circus? Facts, they did, because they are some clowns. Jesse B says he needs to be a glue factory worker because he's slaying these ponies. Facts.
Putting him in.
Facts 100%. But yeah, so listen, at this point, all roads lead to a closing tomorrow. Taiwan? They were another one we were waiting for. They approved it free and clear. I mean, when you have a whole world who is saying that this deal is good, that let it go, it's okay, nothing bad is happening. Like, maybe, I don't know, just maybe we should listen. You know what I'm saying? Just
I
maybe
think
you're
it's time.
wrong.
I think
This is like everybody. The whole world is everybody who reviewed Starfield, and then the CMA and the other one is IGN and like PC Gamer and like these losers, right? Like these little entities compared to the whole world. Everybody knew that game was amazing. These clowns had to give it a shit score. Everybody know this deal is
should go
a great
through
deal
and
it
it's
should go
fine.
through.
There's no
And only
freaking
these
problem. No need to
stupid-ass
waste time
places.
or money.
Exactly.
But,
So, yeah, man. So that's going to happen. So as far as the games going into Game Pass, I would say, as far as I'm concerned, my kind of final thought on it, I think I believe Jez. I think day one, or Bethesda had, I guess, 3 days in between the close and when we got the announcement. So if we're closing on a Friday, they might let Friday stay as like the news cycle for the close, like that big W.
yeah.
Like, oh, Activision's
Enjoy
part
the
of
moment
Xbox.
type of
Activision
thing.
part
Yeah.
of Xbox. So I think they're gonna let that sink in. So I think we won't get that announcement tomorrow that they're putting games in the Game Pass. But if we do that kind of same 3-day cycle with Bethesda, you're out to Monday, right? So Monday they start the week off like, hey guys, remember when we told you we own Activision now? Well, all weekend we've been flipping scripts and putting things in different places so that we can have these games ready to go in Game Pass. And boom, here's 20 of these old ass games, but they're gonna be new. Honestly, what I really want them to announce is the back compat program.
Yeah.
Like, bring it back.
Yeah, like bring it back. Like, say, hey, now that we have all these other games, right? We're gonna bring it back, and we're gonna go ahead and boom, we're gonna start showing you. Prototype is gonna be 4K 60. Singularity is gonna be 4K 60. Like that type of stuff. They need to announce. Obviously, it won't be ready because they would just have started on it, but get it going. Let us know that this is going to be something we're going to be able to look forward to in the course of the next few months, right?
Yeah,
That
I can see them
we're going
doing
to get
that.
drops of updated games for free. I know PlayStation fans don't understand what those words equal because they're nothing but payers.
Free, yuck.
But yeah, so as far as that, any other thoughts on the games going into Game Pass and when they're gonna?
No, not really.
No, I'm just excited and ready for this to just close, shut this whole thing down and move on and pretend it never happened. Like, listen, we're taking away a lot of laughter. We've seen devastating moments of, people's careers and legacies, and it's been one heck of a year, and I can't wait to look back on it. But this is gonna be one of those wins that will live on forever. You know what I mean?
Facts.
After a while, you're like, you let go of that extra crap, things you're
100%.
salty about, but still make you laugh a little bit. Damn, look what you try to do.
Agreed.
But yeah, it's gonna be a good day.
I agree. It's going to be wonderful. Now, the bigger, I think, more exciting thing for us, like gamers who are like excited to play games that are going to come from this, is when you think about Activision, we think about like their legacy, right? And right now, Activision is Call of Duty, right? Like that's pretty much where they are. But we forget that they make They have made so many other games. Like right here, you got Shintaro says prototype is awesome. I want to try it so bad. Prototype is fire. Pyro
cool.
Mad says, I hope Xbox gets B-Nox making a CTR like Xbox mascot kart racer development soon after closing. Yes, we do need that. At this point, with the amount of characters and people we have, like games that we have,
get it done.
We can 100% do that. That would be so dope. Great. That's a great call right there, Pyro. But yeah, so that is what we're looking forward to, right? Like what games we're going to be getting from this and how soon after, right? So Bobby Kotick, who obviously we know is on his way out. He's, once this is done, probably by a little early next year, he'll be out the door and it'll be over with. But he's giving interviews right now because he's talking about certain things. But one of the things that people have picked up on, and Doodle, you're gonna be excited for this. MADMAN, I think you were there, but you were too small. I don't think you were into it.
Really?
Maybe you did a little bit. But Bobby says the reemergence of Guitar Hero and other things would not be possible without the different types of resources that are just incredibly exciting. So he's talking about the fact that Microsoft is coming back. The way he states it, he is essentially telling us
Guitar Hero should be on the way.
Guitar Hero is coming.
I just said the air guitar I was playing over here. Or I really want to slam the guitar at the end. Never got to do that.
The imaginary one you can do.
Yeah.
Once we paid for it, then we don't slam them. You know what I'm saying?
Probably not a good idea.
Probably not a great look. Not a great look. But does that excite you? We used to play.
Does. We were rocking. You thought you could really play, So
I
it
could
kind of
really
went
play.
to your head. You could not, dude. It's not the same thing. If I hand you a freaking real guitar, you'll be like,
now. I've forgotten.
My
muscle memory is gone.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? But at the time, when I was playing Guitar Hero and Rock Band and such,
you could not play the real guitar.
You don't know.
I'm just saying.
Listen.
Let's not go back. That's what I'm concerned about. That's my only worry with this game coming back. We're out here playing Guitar Hero and CMoney thinks that he can play the guitar and like be a rocker or something.
Listen. Now that we have a channel,
not let it go to your head.
I can play, professionally on my guitar.
Professionally.
Yeah, during streams. So while you're talking, I'll just be like
Hold up, Doodle. Hold up.
See what I'm saying?
He's gonna become a professional band leader now.
I'll do it.
Get the boys back.
Nah, but for real, this would be really dope. I feel like, especially for us now with all the kids, like they're grown.
I'm really, really excited. Yeah.
I feel like Purpleberry would fucking have a blast singing.
Yeah, she will.
So okay, this is the thing. Obviously, Guitar Hero is just a guitar.
We need.
Are they going to bring back?
That's what we need.
Guitar Hero World Tour,
yes.
Which is the whole set. Because I'm not really a guitar player. I'm more of a drummer, right?
Yeah, yeah. You guys see that?
Right.
Whoa, the quality of the drumming.
You could imagine the sounds I was making right
from
there.
That movement
just
right there.
The way
just
I was
clip
hitting
it. Whenever you feel like you want to hear some good music, just clip that.
Yeah.
And then imagine the sound.
Yeah, so if you would have, you felt what I just did.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
I felt it, see.
That's why we need it there. That's why we need to have the Guitar Hero World Tour.
For sure.
Because, Purpleberry could sing her ass off. You know what I'm saying? We want to be able to get her on the mic.
God bless
be able to play that. We'll have MADMAN on the bass. You know what I'm saying? You'll be on the lead guitar. I'll be on the drums.
Guitar.
I think we're good. I think we'll have a good ass time.
Listen, a little concert night.
That's right. That's right. Little concert night. We'll make it happen. G maybe says, I'm very curious to see if and or how Microsoft restructures some of these ABK studios. That is going to be the most important thing.
Yeah.
G maybe, because obviously right now, essentially they're all Call of Duty support studios. You know what I'm saying? You have the main people and then all the other studios just support the. Why are you laughing?
Because Chintaro said CMoney.
Oh my god! I don't.
And Doodle will make his own death.
Oh well, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's going to be the most important thing that comes out of this because obviously the way the way Phil Spencer talked about this, he was talking about the IP and the stuff that's back there. So I got to imagine that when he looks at that, he's saying to himself, okay, I want to take these games and have them made. So we need to separate some of these studios and kind of put them together. Now, you know what sucks? The fact that they went ahead and closed what's the name of that studio that Activision just shut down and merged them into Blizzard, I think. Was it Vicarious Visions? I think it was Vicarious Visions.
Maybe, I don't remember.
It's like, why they did that shit. So they were like, no, we're gonna do this before the deal closes because we want to make sure that nobody can give a shit.
Yeah.
Like that we need those people in Blizzard, apparently. But that sucks. Like it would have been perfect if they didn't. But they need to start decoupling these studios from the Call of Duty license and let Call of Duty cook. We don't need a Call of Duty every year, man. We don't. We have too many games.
Well,
I agree.
then you look
think
at
Xbox
what games
doesn't need a Call of Duty every year.
and you're
you
like,
know?
oh, maybe we do need more Call of Duty.
No, because you can still monetize Call of Duty, right? Like you don't have to. Like first of all, they have the battle. What the hell?
Warzone?
Yeah, Warzone. Damn, I was like, I started thinking about PUBG Battlegrounds for a second.
No, and they have skins now that they're starting to throw in. I feel like they're making more modern now.
And you can sell like like packs. You know what I'm saying? Like, or I wouldn't do map packs because that's like an old way of doing it, and you separate your players.
You have to make it a little more exciting.
Find something different to monetize. Maybe a new mode. I don't know. Find a different way to monetize, but I think that it's better if you take your core Call of Duty studios and just give them more time to work on their games. You know, see if any of the other studios want to become. So instead of maybe 3 studios working on it, maybe you get a 4th one, right? Maybe you have a 4th studio that wants to make Call of Duty games, not forced to make, that wants to make Call of Duty games. So if you have 4 studios making their own game, you'll still be able to hit that, you know, yearly cycle, because every 4 years a new game will be ready, and then after that you're good to go. 4 years is enough time for a studio to make fucking Call of Duty game.
Yo, I just thought of what you just said, and it's like, could you imagine? Now we're talking about Call of Duty coming out once a year, right? And like PlayStation bringing in that money from Call of Duty. Ouchies, bro. Like Microsoft, obviously,
what a way to
Xbox
assassinate them, bro.
Because guess what? Xbox doesn't need Call of Duty to come out every year with the amount of studios and everything that they have going on.
That's the plan.
The games they're going to be putting out, it's going to be insane. Yes, you can focus for longer, and you can go ahead and have Activision focus on all these other games that they used to make and that they make, right? And it's like, make it, take your time. Here's more money. Yo, PlayStation will be hurting.
That would be a great way to silently assassinate them.
Yes.
It's like, oh, you know what, PlayStation, I know you were banking.
They come out.
I know you were banking on a new Call of Duty this year, but we're gonna need more time in the oven. So that's gonna be a horrible year for you guys. I guess you won't be able to make that game that you wanted to.
Damn.
That sucks.
Sorry,
Yo, Phil can get nasty.
Yeah.
Matt Booty, the Twin Killers. I think so. I think they can make it. They can make it a problem if they wanted to. Pyro says remake Infinite Warfare as the Halo prequel it was always supposed to be. Pre-Covenant War, Fall of Reach, known in lore as the Insurrectionist Wars.
Nice.
Halo Insurrectionist Warfare by Infinity Ward and 343. Yo, first of all, Pyro, you just dropped some major fucking
round of applause.
You just dropped some major fucking
That was
bars.
beautiful. It was like poetry.
What? I love Infinite Warfare. Infinite Warfare was so good and so underrated. It's disgusting. And for them to make a Halo game that's pre-Covenant,
that'd be crazy, dude.
Damn, that would be fire. That would be fire.
I agree.
All right, Phil, you heard it. Pyro spoke it into existence. We need this game now. Make it happen.
It's happening. I feel like it's happening.
It has to happen at this point, for sure. G Maybe says, Bobby thinks we're going to be playing Guitar Hero via the Neuralink. Bozo the clown looking mother effer. Seriously. Yeah, there's a lot of in that interview that was like, what the hell are you talking about, bro? But it's still dope that that's what we got going on. And I'm really excited because I think this is that moment, dude. I think this is gonna be the moment that when we look back, a couple generations from now, and Xbox is on top, and PlayStation's the third place console,
And that's because there are only 3.
that's because there are only 3.
That's
Well, maybe you
truth
never
be
know.
told.
By a few generations from now, maybe somebody else enters the ring. You never know.
in 4th.
Listen, the problem that PlayStation will always have is as long as no one buys them, they can't hang. They can't hang. They can't afford to hang. Sour Blow, what's good, my man? Welcome.
Let's go.
Yeah, so that's the biggest thing. They can't hang if they don't get purchased at some point. So I don't know. I feel it's a little spooky when you think about PlayStation's outlook for sure.
Listen,
100%.
it's perfect that this is all taking place in October. It's perfect that this deal is closing tomorrow. And again, it's like we're gonna go trick-or-treating, but in Game Pass
Facts.
when they drop all the Activision treats.
Facts. 100%. 100%. G maybe says Xbox believes in adding content to their premier titles. COD will be no different.
Exactly.
Those titles will have a much longer shelf life. Yo,
I agree with that. 100%.
Facts.
Dropping bombs.
Now, let's take 1 second and let's dive into PlayStation's world real quick, because we know that they just came out and told us about these PlayStation Slim models that first time ever you have a refresh of a console, right, that is getting smaller, is going to come with less stuff in the box, and one version costs the same, which is the disc version, costs was it $4.99, just like the original one, right? And then the next version, which is the discless version, so it doesn't have a disc drive, that price went up from $3.99 to $4.50. Plus,
Such bull crap.
if you ever say, damn it, I want to add that disc drive, it's $80, which goes ahead and makes your console now $530 instead of just the $500 that you would have spent. Plus, if you're like a normal human and you want to keep your PlayStation standing upright, that stand is not included anymore. Unlike the original PlayStation that had it included, it's not included anymore. So the actual stand is only for the horizontal. And when I say stand, I'm being so generous because it is not a stand.
Like, I've seen paper with more weight to it.
It's like a paper clip. Okay, it's like a paper clip. Pyro says, glad to have popped by, everyone, but I want to get back to Gotham Knights, so catch y'all later.
Oh, thank you for coming by.
Bro.
Thank you for stopping, man.
Potato.
Have fun, love.
Sour Blow says, just got home. Funny thing, I had a segment or show that came to mind that you guys should do. LOL. It's called Family Feud. The family pick a game and battle it out. Laughing my ass off.
That.
Yo, that's a good idea.
Yes.
I like that.
We had so much fun over at Sour Blow's channel last night.
International Podcast.
Xbox International Podcast. It was awesome. Thank you guys for having us.
Absolutely. This page says, Xbox, what do you want? Xbox, what do you want? The world and everything in it. Facts. 100%. G maybe says, Xbox believes in adding content to the premier titles. COD will be no different. Those titles have have a much longer shelf life. Facts. People play those games forever. Pyro says, that's not a stand, it's a freaking toothpick. Yo, you ain't lying, bro. Like, that's what's crazy. They showed it, and it's literally like this little ass stick that's just like standing there.
It's ridiculous, dude. It's like your PlayStation passed out. It's like it's got an iron deficiency and it's just passed out, laid out.
I'm concerned about the pregnant one, honestly.
You have to buy the stand on the side. It's ridiculous what they're doing. And again, we're getting more hardware? Like, where are the games? Stop doing this crap. You keep trying to talk us into buying the systems, but it's like, what are we gonna play with? What are we gonna wear them as a hat? What are these
Just
shoes?
decorate the house with them, all the
Decorate
different versions of them.
Plant them outside and hope that it'll give us some games. Like, what are we supposed to do with these systems? Like, it makes no sense. Make the games.
It doesn't make any sense.
They want us to pop in Spider-Man in one system, take it out, throw it in the other one, and like I don't get it. The mentality.
It makes no sense with every console you own. Shit.
Seriously, they literally asked us to buy the Spider-Man edition. Then they wanted us to buy the purple one, and then whatever other color they had.
There were 3.
Oh, there was 3 colors.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, and then now they want this other random ass like slim version. It's so stupid. All said and done, if you buy the disc-less version with the disc upgrade and the new vertical stand, because it'll fall over apparently if you stand it with little feet pads under it, like the Xbox, right?
Yeah.
Easy. You have spent $450 for the console, $80 for the bubble, the pregnant bump that people call it, and $30 for the little vertical stand. You're talking what, $560 off the rip before tax, $580 after tax or so for the discless version that you then upgraded. And this is an old ass system, dude.
That's the problem.
Old ass system.
But at this point, I kind of don't even. It's sad what's happening. I feel like personally, but instead of like, again, making these things like, why are you spending your time and energy? What is happening there? It has to be all left over that they just find a way to compact and make how they want. Maybe
you convinced me about the Spider-Man.
Yes.
Like those were just leftover PlayStations that they were like, shit, what we're going to do with this? I don't know. Make some new plates and throw it on there and tell them that that's what you got.
Did. And they went ahead and the leftover plates they sold because that's what sold out right away, right? And as soon as you snap these plates in, boom, you have the same thing. Again, the value is in the box. And seeing how things are going, if there's not another PlayStation ever made, that Spider-Man PlayStation is going to have a lot of value later on.
Agreed.
Especially if you bought the actual one with the box, and that's where it's at.
I mean, the only way it'll have value is if PlayStation ever release more games. That's the only chance they have.
Technically, but I mean, I'm thinking Spider-Man.
Yeah, well, that's all they're going to release. Spider-Man 2, then we'll get Spider-Man 3 in a few years. That's it. It'll be all Spider-Man. Sour Blow actually has the real purpose of that additional side piece that you can add. Sour Blow says, rumor has it that you can replace the disc drive on the PlayStation Slim for a credit card machine. You just swipe and pay. That's
swipe all day and hope something happens, that a game pops up on your screen and you can play something. Roblox is in there now.
Oh wait, what happened to that? Like, it's not like you have to detach or retach like the disc drive. Like, what happened to that?
For what?
The Slim.
What do you mean? The Slim, it doesn't have the thing, but if you buy the edition, you can add it and turn it into the fat.
Oh, it had 2 PS5s, one with the disc drive attached.
Yeah, one's already attached for 500. The one that's not attached is 450, but you could buy the add-ons.
And the crazy thing is, like, you can buy it and attach it too. Like, I was so annoyed. Like, first off, yes, listen, they found a way to pop it out, pop it in, whatever. But like, now you need a tech degree to go ahead and handle these PlayStations.
Yeah, the other one, you need a screwdriver to put on the stand.
Yeah, like, are you kidding me?
Well, God knows what you're going to need to put this damn thing in there. It's like, obviously you have to connect it somehow, right? So what are you going to be messing with, wires and shit? Or is it like a plug that you got to like plug in it? I don't know.
That's the thing, dude. Like, what are we talking about?
Another thing that you can break by mistake. Sanchez says Sony only making remakes. These are facts. Rashawn says on Boom Show today. Yes, I was there. I saw it. I wasn't on the show, but I was watching. And he said on Boom Show today, someone said to have guitars in Design Lab for Guitar Hero. That would be sick.
That would be crazy. I would love that.
Sick. If you could design your guitar.
That would be dope. Just like, like they do with the controllers. You go ahead, you design.
Welcome, my man.
Welcome, love. Yes.
What is up?
For sure. I will love that.
Yeah,
that
that'd
would
be
be
cool.
super
Custom
dope.
guitars, that'd be rad.
Yeah, that'd be really dope. Sony,
I will really play
Gogo
then,
says
like,
Sony just trying
hard.
to
I'll be a real
squeeze.
musician.
I know, right? Gogo says Sony just trying to squeeze as much as possible. Facts, especially right around Spider-Man 2 release.
Yeah,
exactly. Sour Blow says you can't even make this up. It's sad.
it is. It's
100%.
really sad considering that they were leading and they had this position of power. And it's kind of like, guys, look at what you've done. Like, how can you fall so hard?
No, what a fall from grace, huh? They were like the
Yes.
golden child, and you know what? They ain't golden no more.
No.
They tarnished, and not in the Elden Ring kind of way. Gogol says you can get the PlayStation 4 Spider-Man console pretty cheap right now. Maybe it doesn't hold value.
Damn.
Eric says Sony
Even
gonna charge
Spider-Man.
by the hour soon. Good thing their games are short. Yo,
you
deadass, I put
imagine?
more time into Starfield on side quests, not even starting the main game, than it takes to platinum Spider-Man 2. That's wild. That's wild. Sourbloww says, hey, don't underestimate the power of that paperclip. That's fucked up.
Listen, at this point, you have a better chance at using your own paper clips and like really balance this shit out. If you're buying one, you know what I mean? My
Yeah.
money is on go get an Xbox and get freaking Game Pass, and then you
Facts.
play.
I mean,
Then you
really,
get to
Xbox is
play.
much better.
Absolutely. That's where the gamers are. The gamers are on Game Pass. The payers are on PlayStation. Gogol says, well, not cheap, near normal cost. Yeah, but for a PlayStation 4, you know, for it to be still around
The
that
value,
price, that's fine.
yes.
But it's like you would think that it'd be worth something, but it's not. It's just kind of basically buying a regular system. But yeah, this is just asinine. Dude, are we getting the new PlayStation Slim?
That was a joke of the day, guys.
Sorry.
We hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
No,
unfortunately.
And listen, I love getting things. I love buying things. I like cool stuff. No, it's not happening.
Now, Xbox is watching. Xbox, they're not stupid. They see this stupid ass announcement for this slim PlayStation, right? And they're like, look at these fucking clowns. Perfect time for us to capitalize on the situation. So what did they go do? Today, they announced an Xbox Series S starter bundle. You get the Xbox Series S, the controller, and 3 months of Game Pass Ultimate.
Yep.
All for $299.
That's a really good deal.
So
That's
for
dope.
$299, you get into next gen and you get to play. Why did I just read? I just read. As soon as I was about to talk, I don't know why I just looked up.
God.
That's fucked up.
Wow.
Is there?
That's fucked up, Sourbloww. Okay. She has her hands on the chair. That's not cool.
Oh my God.
Why?
Oh
No.
my God. I
See,
see
I'm not
her
even gonna click
though.
her name. No,
I see her.
You better cut that shit.
Annabelle?
That's not the bald one. Well, who is the bald one?
This is not cool. So Series S, man, you go ahead, you got $299, you get a Series S, you got 3 months to play Starfield, Forza, Halo Infinite, Grounded, Sea of Thieves, whatever your heart desires.
Dude, that's perfect. That's perfect for Christmas. And you know what they're doing? They're making it easy to go ahead and have this transition, right? Because
Facts.
again, they came out with the Slim. We're talking about this nonsense with prices. On top of it, they're like, you know what? We're going to throw in games for 3 months. Dude,
Yep.
what a freaking deal.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's such an amazing deal.
Yeah.
And you gotta remember, they showed us this shit show of a slim model. But Xbox, it was leaked that they also have like a slim version of their console coming. But that's coming next year. And when they do come out with it, it's going to be a big difference aesthetically, not like this one that basically kind of looks the same. Some people say it looks like it got a C-section in the middle of the panel.
Jeez.
Some people say it got stretch marks now. It's a little fucked up, but that's what they're saying there. Whereas
well,
on
the
the
boot
Xbox,
fits. Let's just say that.
well, on the Xbox, it's a whole redesign. It's completely different than what it looks like. It's not just a small cube, right? They actually made it different, and they actually upgraded the actual console when it comes to what's inside. It's not more powerful, but it does have a smaller chip, so it runs better, more power efficient. So you're saving money on your electricity if you pay electricity, like some of us do. So that is a big benefit. You got the better Wi-Fi upgrade in there, and you got that new controller that they're designing to not only essentially get to some of the things that PlayStation have, but to also like surpass it and to be a better controller. They're taking the feedback that they saw from the Google Stadia controller, and because they're planning to do a cloud focused console in the future, they already want you to build up your arsenal of controllers, and they're already future proofing those controllers by making them direct to cloud connection.
Yeah.
So it's not connected to your system per se, it's just connected to your account and is directly to the cloud. So as long as you're playing that game, it has that boom, really quick, uh, like low latency for any cloud gaming that you're doing or anything like that. That's a huge W for sure.
Yeah.
Um,
It's crazy how we, at some point in life, didn't understand what the hell the cloud was. Remember?
I know.
Like,
I
what's
still remember that movie
that
with
movie,
Jason
Sex Tape,
Segel, yeah, and
Cameron
Cameron
Diaz?
Diaz. And it's like the cloud, it's up in the cloud, and people made fun of it because they didn't know what the
Yep.
hell it is. Well, now we know. We know what the cloud is. Spend a lot of money on the cloud on a constant basis.
Nonstop, without any rain.
With no rain, you got the cloud,
Yes.
but it's good. And you know what? It's funny because Shintaro just put this here. CMoney, when the PS5 Pro comes out, it's going to be $600 or $700.
Yeah.
So this is the thing. I'm really glad you brought this up because I did want to talk about this. If we go back to 2016 when the PlayStation 4 Pro came out, remember that it took the place of that price position as the original.
Mhm.
So it went to $400. It stood at $400 for the new one, and then you can buy the non-pro version for cheaper, right? Now we're getting this refresh, and we can see that the refresh not only is the same price, but on some versions it's more money, which
Yeah.
means that next year they're going to release the Pro. Okay, this is already in the works. Tom Henderson leaked it. He leaked this exact image that we just have today for the PlayStation 5 Slim. He leaked it months ago. So he already has all the correct information. Same person who leaked that also leaked the PlayStation 5 Pro coming next year, right? The problem is if the same console, not a more powerful console, if the same console after 3 years on the market is still the same price, and again, the discless one is actually more money, what what are they going to do with this upgrade? Are they going to go from the $500 that it costs now to $600, or are they going to do a $200 premium and it's going to be $700 system? Like, what are they
Yeah,
going to
we're
do?
getting back up there. And listen, they're gonna justify with, essentially, to them, we need the money.
They're going to need the money, but who's going to pay for it? Right?
Not
So
I.
the question is do they have a ace up the sleeve? Like, what do they think is going to get us to pull the trigger on a PlayStation 5 Pro when they got no games coming out anytime soon? Are they relying on Final Fantasy Rebirth? Like Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth? Because if that's the case, you got a 3-month exclusive window on that. So I don't know how you're going to be hanging your hat there unless you're going to release the game and the console at the same time, and that's going to be your big push. Because outside of Spider-Man, that's the only thing you have lined up outside of what, Helldivers, that's coming like early next year or whatever.
This is where my mentality is, and we've always been here, like, for the love of game, right? And we love having every system and playing the exclusive games, and then wherever it looks best, the multi-platform, that's what we go for. But I'll be damned if I'll invest on a new PlayStation not knowing what they have planned. Like, I'm not jumping in with a blindfold anymore, and I can't imagine, I mean, maybe some people will, but I have a hard time that, like, imagining that anybody else would, because for me, it's such a thing with like, okay, let's go. Of course, let's get all the systems. Let's try all the games. Why not? Right?
Facts.
I can't imagine doing that when I feel them going nowhere else but down. And again, it's not like you could reach them and have a conversation. I just can't do that. My money will not be invested in PlayStation going further unless I know that they have some really good stuff lined up and I don't want to miss out.
Agreed 150%. And I think that's going to be the problem. Now, obviously, we have the answer. Eastside Vandal says The Last of Us 2 remastered on the PlayStation 5 Pro. And you know what? You know what's sad?
That's not worth it.
It's number one, it's not worth it. Those are facts. But what's sad is that it's actually pretty possible that that's exactly what they're planning. Like, that's the real sad part of it, is that there's so much possibility that that is the truth, and that they're literally going to try to pretty up a version of The Last of Us 2, which at that point, if they're using the power of the PlayStation 5 Pro to upgrade it, they would have to do so much to that game to make it where it would be worth. I don't even know what they can do. I don't know what they can feasibly do to that game to make it worth another fucking remaster.
What they're doing to that game, and I am so annoyed because it is such a great game. What they're doing is devaluing the game. Every time they go ahead, like, it's not like, you know what we're waiting for? That Gears of War collection. Like, it's like, yes, give that to us. We want it. We can't wait.
Please.
You know? Like, they're just sucking out again with their tactics, sucking out the value of something that was so well done.
Agreed.
It's annoying.
Agreed. 100%. Gogol says, I'm sure they have a few more exclusives coming, but they likely repeat the output from 2018 to 2022, or likely never. You know, this is the thing. They're going to have something, right? But they're not going to have anything big, because we know PlayStation cycles, right? They announce shit beforehand. Like, they don't spring things on us.
Yeah.
So there's going to be nothing of substance. I mean, obviously, we know they have Helldivers 2, right? Which, honestly, I am looking forward to seeing that. I might not buy it. I hope I hope it's free to play or something like that. That would be great. But like, they're not going to show, like, they're not just be like, hey, look at this humongous game that we spent $500 million on, or 200 or 100 million, whatever it is. And it's coming out in 6 months. Like, that's not going to happen. If they didn't show us anything on that last show in June, there's no chance of there being something
had nothing
big
to show. Yeah.
They're small, like their games of service. Yeah, I'm sure those are going to start coming out this coming year. But as far as like the games that we want, like the games that we buy a PlayStation for to have as our second side piece console to play the exclusives, no, I mean, unless they somehow got Insomniac to make Spider-Man 2 come out this year and then literally release Wolverine next year. But I just don't see that happening.
We did not see much of Wolverine.
No,
though.
they barely showed us.
They kind of just showed us the claws, and it was
they
like,
showed us
oh
just
my
like
gosh.
it was like a emotional piece. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just a set piece to get us in the feels of what's going down with Wolverine, but they didn't show us shit else. So I highly doubt that they're just going to show up like, hey guys, here's Wolverine, and it's coming out later this year. Like, I don't think so.
Oh my god.
Sour Blow says the Pro comes with a detachable GPU, $50 for every extra frame. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
It's laughable though. It's just that ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%.
You have to laugh at the nonsense that's taking place. And again, the ponies are hush hush right now. I'm not hearing anything. Like, what do they feel about this?
They're talking about Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
That's all ponies do. That's their daily life. Like, they wake up and like, oh man, what a great night. Let me go to work. Twitter. Hello. What can I bash about Xbox today? Nothing. well, guess I got to make something up. And that's their life. That's where they live. Goko
Unreal.
says, yeah, I'm not expecting much beyond Wolverine. Maybe the next God of War. Well, they're supposed to be doing like a little halfway God of War, like a expansion or a standalone expansion.
The problem is that I kind of like got sick of God of War a bit into it. So it got really repetitive. I told you guys how I had a problem with the change of graphics throughout the game.
The lack of
The
consistency.
lack of
Sometimes it look
consistency was a
great, sometimes it look
problem
like
for me.
shit.
Yes, because I like
Same
to
thing with
get
Final Fantasy 16.
Yes, I like to get lost, and it kind of pulls you out of that world every time inconsistencies pop up, and it's like,
100% agreed.
what's happening here? Get it together.
Get your shit
Match
together.
it more. I don't want a 3
Like, how do you play it? But
a
like
10 or a
how are they
9.
making that game? And then they look at it and they're like,
This is acceptable.
this is acceptable. Yeah, exactly. It's like
We
this
won't
looks like
notice
shit
this.
compared to this. Why are we not bringing this level up? Because they ain't got no money. No money. No
Results.
No results. Refudge, welcome, my man.
Welcome, love.
This is
Thank you for being here.
Prefer Refudge so much more than the man that he represents. Reforge. What a beast. Oh, Jesus Christ. Refudge says baby steps will move the PlayStation 5 Pro. You guys have no foresight. Also, give me 54 members. Thanks.
Listen, my God.
Baby steps.
We didn't think of baby steps.
That's such a clown situation. It's crazy. Cullen Price says, I loved Ragnarok. Listen, I know there's people who do. Okay. First of all, I played the original, 2018 God of War. That one felt special. It also felt like it was very dragged on. Like there came a point where I was like, okay, I want this game to end.
Yeah, because you wanted to move on.
I already know where the story's going. Like, let's get there. And they just kept dragging it on. So that game, I did beat it.
Yeah.
But I like forced myself through the crap just to get to the end so that I can.
The same thing happened to you with Witcher.
The Witcher 3.
The third one, yes. Yeah, you were kind of like, I think I'm done with it. Yeah. I think it's coming to an end, and it just kept going.
But that one's more because I spent so much time on side quests.
Yeah.
To begin with, that by the time I started getting my fill and I wanted to beat the game, it was like, oh shit, there's like main story.
Something waiting for you. Like you were like, oh my gosh, I got to start this other game.
Yeah, I agree. But Ragnarok, the problem with Ragnarok, it's not that it was a bad game. It was fine. It wasn't it's not what people gassed it up to be, but it's a really good game. It's just aesthetically. My problem is that was the PlayStation 5 God of War. That's my problem. It should have been a higher level game aesthetically. If you take PlayStation 4 God of War and put that next to it, it's not a huge leap. Go ahead.
I was super excited for that game.
Me too.
Yeah, the thrill of trying to get that collector's edition.
Yes, we got a couple of the collector's editions.
Yeah.
Yeah, the trailer right before it came out. Remember where we were kind of like, it doesn't look that great, but then like that last trailer was like, oh shit,
it was
that
popping, kind of like what they did with Spider-Man.
That's exactly what they did with Spider-Man. All the trailers sucked until the last one.
Yeah,
same thing that happened with Ragnarok. So it was like it got me into it, and I played it, and it was fun, it was good, but it was not the same level of good as the original one. And that doesn't mean anything. Like it doesn't have to be. Obviously the original one still exists, doesn't take away from it. But when I say it wasn't as good as the original, I'm saying that it didn't captivate me enough to want to play it. Right? Like that's my gauge now. And this is just where I am in life, that I don't care about what I say I like or say I don't like. What I care about is when I go to sit down and play a game, and I know I have only a certain amount of time to play, what do I want to play? Like, what calls me to play it? And, God of War kind of it had its place where it was the game I wanted to play, and then I stopped. And I haven't gone back to it. Now, I do want to go back to it, I think, maybe.
Well,
at some point.
Part of you feels like finishing the game, right? To say, like,
I do want to. Maybe I'll just... listen.
I got through the story, but yeah, it's rough when you have something that's not calling you to go ahead and and spend that time, like you
Especially
said.
when there are things that are calling you,
Yeah, there's
right?
so
Like,
many games out.
like it's hard to move away. Like Starfield, like there's so many good games out, but I still can't leave. I dabbled in some things because we were going to talk about some stuff, but you know, I can't quit it because it's that good and it
Yeah.
makes me want to constantly play it. Whereas, you know, Ragnarok just stopped. But you know, now that I know that they're in the remaster game constantly and forever, and I know the PlayStation 5 Pro is coming out next year, maybe I'll just wait until they obviously remaster Ragnarok for the PlayStation 5 Pro, and then you know, maybe then I'll jump
Yeah,
back in.
those graphics
God of
need
War
to even out.
remastered. Like I can
Something
see
needs
it
to
That's
now.
what
happen.
did it for
Only
me.
for
'cause
$700. Like, shit.
Yeah, it wasn't there for me with the
Yeah.
graphics. That's not what I. When you have Jim Ryan going up there, and obviously we know he's a liar, but when he says I believe in generations, my mind is like, okay,
Okay.
they're gonna come strong
Okay. Tell
with
me,
the
what do you
graphics.
see? What do you see?
And they didn't. They haven't at all in any way, shape, or form. Even the one that everybody tries to sweat, the cartoon game, Ratchet and Clank. Man, even I played that for a while. It's like, man, it's good. It's a good game, but like it didn't call me to finish it, right? Like it's still sitting there, and even though it
Yeah.
looked like, oh, it looks like CG, it doesn't look like high end CG. You know what I'm saying? It looks like good CG. Like it doesn't look like Toy Story 4 CG. You know what I'm saying? Or it
I
doesn't look
get
like
what you mean.
Arcane CG. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my
Yeah.
God, remember that movie they made?
Which one?
It was just all the cutscenes from the games.
Oh, Ratchet
Oh,
and
that
Clank.
stupid Ratchet and Clank, the 20 whatever,
2016
2018.
movie. It was
Yeah,
like
that
right
one.
alongside the game.
That
That
was
was a moment in
trash.
time.
That was trash. But
Nice. Hit the like button.
yeah, that would be dope.
That'll be
Please.
super
That would be
cool.
super sweet. Super sweet. Sour Blow says, all jokes aside, the best option they have is continuing to make the games they know how to make and maybe break them into chapters to keep people in the subscription, have one or two studios make games as a service. You know, Sour
100%.
Blow, honestly, that's 100% what PlayStation should do. Take this God of War, the next one, and instead of giving us 40 hours of filler, okay, take that, break it up into 10-hour chunks, and let us play it over the next 4 months or 6 months or however the hell long. And that way, or even spread it out every 2 months, we get another drop to keep us coming back. Something. They have to figure out how to do a
To
subscription
lure us in somehow. Yes.
because they don't have enough studios to make the shit. So the best thing for them to do is finish the whole game and just cut it up into pieces and literally just stop the game at some point and say to be continued.
That's
And
the
then just
best
keep
way
going.
for them to maximize that income, right?
Yep.
To have that money coming in. I mean, that's
Absolutely.
freaking genius. Yes,
I agree.
break up the freaking game. We're
Sour
used
Blow,
to getting
great
short
idea.
games from you guys anyways. Just finish the game, break it up, and keep us wanting more. Like figure out where to stop it, where we're like, oh my gosh, what's next?
100%. 100% agreed. Gogol says, I thought that Ragnarok was overrated.
I agree.
It was very inconsistent. The last third felt rushed. Well, you know what? I didn't even get to the last third. So if the last third ain't shit, then I'm even worse of a situation because I'm not feeling the first half that much either. Joanna Dark says the problem with God of War Ragnarok is that the first 10 hours feel like DLC, then the end feels like a sequel. Oh shit. See, so like I'm like, when am I gonna sit there and play that shit? I don't know.
I don't know, dude. You got a
I have a
lot
lot
to do.
of
You
real
also
good
have
shit that
to
I want
get
to
to
play.
this other one, Horizon.
Yeah, Horizon. I restarted.
Holy
I
crap.
played the sequel. I did it because I wanted to play the expansion, but I never fucking finished it because you know the better games came out, man. It's not. This is the thing. You know, that's the shit that's crazy. Like for all that's good about PlayStation or whatever, like they make these games, but like I have not finished. I think God of War and Spider-Man were the only two ones I finished. Ghost of Tsushima, I actually felt like I loved that game. Like I thought that I really did.
Yeah, you hyped the crap out of
But
it.
then
Yeah.
I got to a point where it was like,
I don't want to do this anymore.
like, no, there's other shit I'd rather play. And that's it. That was gone. So I haven't beat that. I'm sorry. I love The Last of Us. That's a real love. I beat those games for sure. And we beat The Last of Us 1. Doodle beat the whole game as we were watching along to the movie.
To the
that was a
show,
dope,
yes.
yeah, to the show. That was a dope series. We broke it up. Every episode of the show we would watch it, and then we would go and play that chunk in the game. So it's all streamed. We have it all on our channel.
And then we
But
would
that
do
shit
a her,
is,
him, and a
and
mic
then we would do a her, him, and a
comparing
mic on
both.
it, comparing the
Yes.
differences between the two. That was really fun,
It
actually.
was.
I really enjoyed doing that. So those are my jam. Pretty much anything that Naughty Dog makes, I will finish. So I finished Uncharted. Like Naughty Dog is one of my goats.
Yeah.
But everybody else, God of War, only the first one I beat, and I pushed myself to beat it. And that was still in the time where I was like, all right, I'll do that. I won't do that now. Like,
well, it was the time where games weren't popping out left and right the way they are right now.
Game Pass wasn't killing it out in these streets like it was. But yeah, I don't think. And then I do like but they're not first party. But like, what are they named? Quantum
Dream.
Quantum Break.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So like, what was that game that you
Heavy
loved?
Rain, Detroit
Become Human.
Beyond.
I beat that. That shit was amazing.
Beyond,
I beat Heavy Rain. I beat, like, those games are all dope. I beat those. But like their main ones, God of War. I did the first one, but Ragnarok I didn't. Like, I don't know. Spider-Man 2 I'll beat. I'm pretty sure. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
We'll see. It's short.
We'll see. It is short.
Silent Cypher, welcome. I hope you're feeling better.
Silent Cypher.
Oh, what is good, my man?
Yes.
What is good, my man? Gogo says, but I never was a fan of the new God of War, so I'm biased. Well, I get that. I mean, I was a fan, but that was that. Jordan Dark says the last 3 or 4 hours of God of War Ragnarok are great. Well, I don't know if I'll ever see them. I don't know. Jordan Dark says Witcher 3 is the goal. Witcher 3 is amazing. To be clear, when Doodle was talking about that, it was not that I didn't love that game, because I did. I love CD Projekt Red. It's just that
I forget what game it was.
I went so far into the rabbit hole of side missions on The Witcher.
Yeah.
That
it was a lot of hours.
That I knew I was missing out on these other games, and I was like, all right, I gotta get into the main quest and just do it.
Was it Assassin's Creed? I don't remember what it
Which
was. I don't remember what was waiting for you.
Something was waiting for me.
Yeah.
Something that was getting me, like, I played enough of it that I wanted to go off. Plus, I was playing on PlayStation, which that makes it a bitch. You know what I'm saying? Because I hate the controller. So it's like, you
got big hands, baby.
I do have big hands. But Witcher 3 is amazing. Love Witcher 3, 100%. And I did beat that game. Like, again, there's a difference between, like, forcing myself to play something and then just wanting to get to the end.
Yeah.
Like, I forced myself to finish God of War because I already had invested time. Whereas this one, I was like, I just, like, every time I was like, all right, it looks like it's about to end. And then I was like, it kept going. I was like, oh shit. Like, not because I wasn't happy, it's because I wanted to play some other stuff. But Witcher 3, my shit. I can't wait for Witcher 4. Oh,
I can't believe they ruined the freaking show.
The show, they did fuck up a little bit. Yeah.
Frustrating.
Sanchez says, I can't get to finish Ragnarok. I would refund it if I could. Listen.
See, a lot of I didn't finish.
Yeah, there's a lot
when it comes to this game.
A little bit, right? It's kind of like in the same boat. Christina says 2K WWE 22 servers to online done after 24 months. Oh wow. So they just shut that off. I guess they're always pushing their next one, I guess. That's wild. You know what's funny? I used to love wrestling.
You did.
With a passion. There's the Attitude Era.
Jeez, where did the years go, bro?
They go away. That's what happens. They go into kids like you. So you're like walk around and you're basically just a walking time capsule of life that has passed. Cullen says the only thing I thought was bad about it was that there were too many puzzles. Yeah, I wasn't feeling that. And I feel like in that world, it doesn't really need that many puzzles. Like they're padding it out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there are games where naturally you feel like these things pop in. Like
it's not Tomb Raider. You know what I'm saying?
Like, and you're trying to figure something out, but it's like, what's this, school?
Seriously.
Then you feel like a dumbass if you can't figure out the damn puzzle. Like
I know. I'd be playing on the easy version. I don't care. I ain't trying to figure shit out. This ain't I ain't about that life. Google's I'm more about experiences, right? I just want to experience the game. I want to feel like a badass. Let me feel like a badass. I don't care. If I play it on easy so that my shot kills them like a real life gun instead of like this fake bullets that I'm shooting at normal or hard, then I'm gonna do that because I ain't got nobody to impress.
Back in the day, we just had those few games that will come about, and it's like,
so
yes,
it was
you
okay that when
play,
they were hard.
you knew you had the time to do so. That's what you had, and it's like, all right, if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it, and expand my experience with it. But
Facts.
now it's like as much as we appreciate the games, it's kind of like I have another one waiting, and another one here, and another one there, and so you also got to live life.
Agreed. 100%. 150%.
1,000%.
Google says I didn't even finish Ragnarok. I just watched the second half. That's hilarious. Oh my god.
I don't blame you though. That's a way to finish the story.
Yeah, I mean that way you just kind of get what you need. Joanna Dark says God of War Ragnarok Charge Me More edition. That's coming on the PlayStation 5 Pro. That's for sure. Cullen says I think that I found a bug in Starfield. I was able to enter a starborn ship. Well, being that I don't know what a starborn is, I don't know what that meant. I don't know. Sorry. I don't know what a starborn is, and I'm not trying to get the answer. I think that has something to do with the ending, but I'm trying not to figure it out. Sanchez says the next God of War will be co-op online only, and Kratos will be able to jump. Andrew says, "Oh, I thought it was supposed to be a thumbs down. Nah, my man, thumbs up. Only thumbs up.
Thumbs up, baby.
Thumbs up." Mr. Joanna Dark says Horizon Forbidden West is NyQuil.
For sure. My lullaby. Put that on and let's get good sleep. See, this is what Silent Cypher should be playing so he can get that rest he needs.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
He can heal
That'll
up.
heal you up, bro. Good dose of alloy. We'll get you nice and right. He says I'm still on the mend, but got a good bit of sleep last night, which helped. Looking forward to sleeping a bunch over the weekend. Man, I love the idea of sleeping. It's a beautiful thing. Eastside Vandal says Horizon was the one that bored me. I finished Spider-Man because of nostalgia. It was good, but definitely had the Ubisoft open world feel. Yeah, I feel that. I'm waiting for Spider-Man 2 to be $20 now. I get that. I get that 100%.
I think
I guess
that's gonna happen.
Yeah, I really feel like that. And Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man the first one, I did beat that one. That one also towards the end, I was getting like, all right, let me just finish it. You know what I'm saying? Like I just want to get past it because it's not, I don't know, it's like there's more of the same. I don't know.
I think that's the thing
games, bro.
with again, we talked about it gets repetitive, and this is what's happening.
Agreed,
maybe you've
100%.
outgrown those type of games, or maybe it's just a general situation. Yes, but it's like the excitement of starting the game, and then it's like, okay, we're gonna do the same thing again, the same pony.
That's what I feel like. I feel like all their games, I'm feeling just a different version of the same shit.
Oh my gosh. When we did the gameplay and this game still looks phenomenal. I think it was Rise, right?
Rise on a roll. Hell yeah.
And then you go ahead, and even though you're pressing the same buttons, the end kill changes for you. And that keeps you excited. Like, yo, that's badass. Look at what I did. I chopped off his head. Look at,
God, I hope.
Damn.
I hope Xbox is secretly making, because Crytek has been really quiet, right? Like they've been really, really quiet. I really hope that Xbox bought them, okay? Because they can get them so cheap, so they don't have to announce it to the world. I hope they bought them and they're waiting to announce it, and we're gonna get a Rise 2. They gotta see that Rise 2 was just screwed because of the Xbox One bullshit wave of information that was happening, and people were pissed about it. Rise was fucking amazing, and it should be given a sequel. Shintaro says, Sour-Blow, LOL, CMoney would drop every single game, even Starfield, when Halo 7 comes out. Facts. Those are facts.
Maybe when the second Rise
above Halo. Understand this. If you're listening to me
gets
now,
it. He knows.
if I say, oh man, this is one of my favorite games ever, not above Halo. Okay? Any Halo. The worst Halo
is still the best.
It's still the best game to me over any other game. So just accept it.
I mean, I think if they make a second Rise, it should be called Rise Dad of Rome.
Rise Dad of Rome, because Rise Son of Rome. Man, that was so clever, Madman.
How about Rise and Beans?
Rise and Beans.
Wow. Sorry, I had his name.
I thought Madman was gonna peak the problem right there. But
I topped
Doodle
it.
came through.
I came through.
He always shows you that there's more. There's further that it could go. Garcia says January 2024. It's online in December by the 31st. Damn, that's short amount of time. Joanna Dark says confirm. CMoney plays in journalist mode. Listen. All right, so I'm really far away from where you guys were. But yeah, so no, I start in normal. Understand? And then it depends because like Halo, I go to harden, like the next one up. I don't do legendary. I used to do legendary solo back in the day when I was young, but can't. But I don't think I can swing it anymore.
His reflexes
My
are
reflexes
not the
down.
same.
They're down. But I started normal. It's just that if I start hitting a wall, I'm not looking to hit walls. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm okay with a challenge, and if it's a fun challenge, then I'm all good. Like I beat Elden Ring. I loved it. Right. So it's not that I will only play a game on easy, but I'm just saying that if I'm playing the game and it's becoming a pain in my ass, and if the only thing that's making it a pain in the ass is the difficulty and not the game itself, then fuck yeah, I'm gonna fucking lower it and just call it a day. For instance, Starfield, I was living my best life. And so I got into these space battles and they started kicking my ass. And so it's like, what do? Fucking ding, ding, lower it down. And guess what? Fun fact, they still fucking kick your ass. Doesn't matter. Just in case if you thought very easy was going to help you, it doesn't. It only helps you on one-on-ones. One-on-one, you murder, right? As soon as there's like 3, you're dead. I don't know what happens. I think
Garcia, welcome. And thank you, baby. Yes, I thought so. Garcia says, yo, rice and beans, that was fire. Thank you, baby.
Listen, rice, it was great. That's my doodle. She knows what's up. She's good. Jesse says, I usually go easy because I don't have time for bullet sponges. Exactly, Jesse.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
I get that.
It's just easier in life. I try it at normal. If I'm going to take 48 shots to kill one dude, I'm like, yo, I could have killed 48 people. Right. So it's like
just single shots,
48 shots for one or
single
48 people gone. I'm going to take it that way. And I got to tell you right now in Starfield, if you do play on very easy and you shoot people, they do die in 1 or 2 shots, and it feels way more badass when you just walk in a room. You're like, what's going on? Pop, boom, dead,
done.
Especially
like,
if you're in a space
with
low gravity, and you shoot them and just pop, and they just start floating around, and their gun goes flying. It's like, yeah, I did that. It's like John Wick. I want to feel like John Wick.
I get it. I get it.
I'm just saying. Carissa says you are correct. On by the next one. That's it. That's what they're always looking for. Chicken Eye says, who y'all think is the worst of the pony podcasters? Marlon, MBG, J Tech, Porter Rock, or Dreamcast Guy?
Dreamcast Guy.
So I don't. Well, first of all, I don't watch any of these people.
I don't either.
For number 2, why would Dreamcast Guy be a pony? Because he's named after a Sega console.
I know, but he's one of the ones that went rogue, right? Because generally, we're us Xbox friends, like we're normally pretty good friends with Sega friends, right? Like because we came from the same lineage, right? Like Xbox worked with Sega to get their thing popping off for the Dreamcast. What?
Well, what do you mean that you came from the same lineage? Back in the
Microsoft helped Sega with the Dreamcast. They provided the software for the Dreamcast. So that's what the lineage I'm talking about. I'm not talking about back when Sega was Sega in a cartridge. Okay. But normally the people who like Sega advance to Xbox. There's not many people who go from Sega to PlayStation.
That's just like kill Sega.
That's like it's a weird path. So I don't know who Marlon is. I've never seen him. MBG I've seen because people put it in Twitter. And he's just a dumbass. J Tech.
Well said.
I feel like I've seen his name. Maybe I think I see J Dub more. Porter Rock. I'm Puerto Rican, so originally before I knew he was such a pony, I was like, oh snap, I'm Puerto Rican. I'm excited. And then
that stopped real quick.
It stopped when he started talking all this shit. So I just don't follow him. But Dreamcast Guy is the worst. The reason being is I can't look at him. All right.
And
Fucking you got
listen,
Silent
shout out to
Cypher
Silent Cypher.
with
He's
the
in the
Halloween
chat. He's been
mask.
scaring the living crap out of us.
Dude, he is a Halloween mask in the flesh, and that is fucking scary. And I don't know how people watch that shit. And I'm not trying to be mean about anybody or anything like that, but there's certain things that are just, it's gonna be real, man. Like, what the fuck am I looking at? Why is this? How many people, like, how do so many people think that that's cool, bro? Like, to go watch him. You know what I'm saying? Like, he should wear a mask for us. Just in general.
And it's October. Like, it goes hand in hand.
Time.
You know what I'm saying?
So,
like, this is the time to do it. Show grace.
Yeah. Seriously. Joanna Dark says, I'm ready for Spider-Man 2. My collector's edition is coming. Yes, so is ours.
Yes, 19 inches of Venom. Let's go.
Venom.
Yeah, that's going to be dope. Rashawn says, in Starfield, I ran into my first Varun and stole their ship. It's got 910 cargo. Oh, damn. That's dope.
Nice.
That's really dope. Krista said, I tried Forza finally.
Oh,
it's fun.
Nice.
That's what's up.
Yes, Forza is definitely really freaking good. It's crazy how I put it on random, but I got a rain. It was raining.
Yep.
And it was perfection. The way that rain hit windshield, I was so in it. I loved it. And for some reason, it's like they knew that I loved the freaking rain. I kept getting them afterwards. And CMoney was like, okay, you want to try to pick some, so you try something else? Because he wanted the controller.
I did. Doodle, if you watch any of our Doodles Never Have I Ever Played, our gameplay streams that we've done, you'll see that Doodle don't want to give up the controller ever. Okay?
Lies. You don't want to give up the controller.
Never wants to give up the controller. And you constantly have to, like, you know, just wait. That's okay, because I'll always wait for you, Doodle.
Oh, sure. You get super impatient. And then this is the thing. He wants to play his own way instead of listening to what I want him to do while he's playing. It's super annoying, you guys. You get it.
Eastside says, Crytek makes my favorite multiplayer game right now, Hunt Showdown. Yo, that is a fun game. I played it on PC a lot and when it was first coming out. I pray that Uncle Phil buys them. Yo, that would be so
Uncle
dope.
Phil needs to go out shopping again. I'm excited. For it, right for the holidays.
Absolutely. General Spartan says, I think PlayStation Studios will belong to Microsoft in a few years. I started to think with all the mistakes Sony are making,
can you imagine?
They may not dig themselves out of that hole. General,
listen,
you're 100% right, bro.
Yes, those are facts, because that's the fear, right? We want the competition there. We want for Xbox to continue to do what they're doing, because again, this was a reaction to everything else he had to deal with from PlayStation. And it would be sad. I just don't understand, unless they are bought, how they're going to fight their way out of this. Facts. Yes, they can go ahead and continue to make the games that they're making. Yes, they can invest a little on a studio and try to make those, those games, those gas games. But again, these games take a really long time to make. And so it's going to take a lot of money and a lot of time and energy. They're impatient. They want that quick turnaround.
They also don't have the money to not have a quick turnaround, and that's the problem.
Exactly. It's like between a wall and a rock.
Stuck between a rock and a hard place or something. Yeah. Something Garcia,
like
welcome, my man.
Welcome. Oh my gosh, I love your picture.
Yes. Yo, rice and beans, that was fire.
Let's go.
Listen, Doodles with the bars, bro. You guys know. You guys know when you show up here. You doing her bars. She don't mess around. Centauro says, CMoney, I tried legendary difficulty in Halo Combat Evolved, and goddamn, I couldn't do it. It's so brutal. Yo, well, imagine back in the day, I used to do that shit solo all the time. I was so.
You got this, Shin. You got this.
That's funny. Sourbloww says, just enjoy games how you can. That is what's important at the end. Thank you.
That's the thing. You need to have fun while you're playing what you're playing, right? And if in your mind it gets frustrating after a little while, because the reality of it is that, again, I don't know for you guys, but like there's only so much time and there's so much other stuff you have to get done, and you feel like, okay, it almost comes down to, and this is again the beauty of Game Pass, where you click in a game and you get out if you don't like it. instead of going ahead and setting up. And it's like, you don't want to jump into something that you either don't want to play or you're frustrated with. Because it could be a fun game, and once you start getting your ass whooped over and over and you don't feel like a badass, you're like, "Oh, shoot, well, maybe I don't wanna play maybe I don't wanna do this anymore, alright? I'm starting to feel like a bitch, and I don't come play games for that shit."
Listen, if you have the time and you don't have other games to play, then live your best life. But I feel like if you are pressed with time and there's other games you would like to play in life, then sometimes you just gotta either move on or go to easy. All right, and just get through it. Sincero says, honestly, I'm the type of person that plays any game on the hardest difficulty. Yeah, that was me back in the day, like you. But now, don't work. Double M, welcome, my man.
Welcome, love.
Not a real hacker.
Thank you for being
welcome,
here.
My man.
Thank you for being here, hacker.
Cousins.
Let's go.
We are cousins. That's right. Familia. Jesse B says, Dreamcast Guy didn't used to be this way. Oh, and they provided Shenmue as an exclusive.
Sega provided Shenmue 2.
Yes, Sega provided Shenmue 2 an exclusive for Xbox. I'm telling you, they had the relationship. It was there.
They said they treat us better.
That's right. Sanchez says, Doc Dark a pony. I have no idea who that is. So I'm going to say yes. Gogo says, J-Tech used to have the best meltdowns. He is the hardest core pony of them all. Oh, that's hilarious.
They're so dramatic. They are committed. They are a committed bunch. Facts. And they just believe what they believe in their mind. And that's just it. It's like they need no facts at all. Yeah. And we're just supposed to go with it.
Agreed. Garcia says they are all fake. They do all that stuff just for the clicks. Yeah, no, we know.
Listen, it has to be.
They're doing it because they're desperate because their fan base is so stupid.
Listen, not one human out there could be this stupid. That's what you say to yourself when you're listening to the crap.
Facts.
It's not possible. I refuse to believe it.
Chicken says, in my defense, I only watch those podcast shows going in there talking shit before they silence me. Plus, love to hear the coping and the salt they talk about. Chicken likes that. What is that?
Seasoning,
hate watching.
Yeah, you know he's out there like detective style.
Yeah, for sure. Esai says, I disagree. Refudge Gaming is definitely the worst pony with his e-begging ass. Yo, you saw that, baby? When he was fucking begging people.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about.
No, there was another dude that we saw that he was wild.
I don't know if you saw it.
That there was a bunch of people giving subscriptions, and like one guy, it was like, oh, the subscription train is going. So like a bunch of people were doing like 20, 30 subscriptions, and like one guy gifted one subscription, and the dude, I don't even know who he was, had like a meltdown. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, you see everybody giving 10, 20 30, and you give one? Like, he fucking lost his mind.
Disgusting.
It's like, bro,
that was so nasty. Ungrateful little shit.
Are you kidding me? Fucking, like, you know how many people would love to have somebody go into their chat and give a subscription, and you're running around crying
throwing a freaking
all these other people are doing it, and
that it wasn't enough. You
fuck out of here, man.
Oh man, I have so much to say.
Crazy ass. But Refudge did something similar, except he was talking about like, well, if you don't do it and you don't pay or whatever, YouTube is probably gonna put ads during the stream, or some shit, or like you're gonna not be able to chat. I don't know. Like, shut the just be quiet, bro. Horrible. Jesse B says they all feel like grifters. Yo, facts. Chicken Eye says, oh man, the amazing Lucas and King Thrash may be the worst delusional ponies. Yo, King Thrash, I just think he's trash. Like, that's just the way I'm gonna say it. I don't give a fuck, because homeboy had. How you gonna have David Jaffe come to your channel? Okay, this man, listen, he's a regular person, but he created some special shit, especially for you fucking pony. Like, PlayStation games he made for you, and you're gonna have him come on your channel and then just fucking start screaming at this man.
Did he?
Oh yeah, they were all fucking going in because he made some comments about the God of War game, that he didn't think the trailer looked good or some shit. Because that Jaffe, people don't like him, but he's just dead ass. Like, he just says what he feels, and it is what it is.
Good. You should be authentic.
Starfield was the greatest single player game he ever played in his life. Like, he's a real dude, right? Not everybody likes his takes. He's a little out there, but
But
Dude,
he's
that's
himself,
highly
and that's all you
disrespectful.
can ask for,
And I
rather than
hate
a
disrespectful
freaking poster
people.
and pretender. So annoying.
Facts. Jesse B says the wives always tell on you. They do. They do. They be snitching, but they can. Joanna Dark says Dreamcast Guy's face looks like the moon from Majora's Mask.
Good one.
Chicken Eye says Dreamcast Guy's face looks like someone shot him in the face with a shotgun. All that buckshot. Damn.
Oh my gosh. Yo, I love a shotgun in Fortnite.
In a game for real. Shintaro says, CMoney, Dan, you were a badass when you were young. Yeah, I was. Those were the days. Back in the days.
You're still a badass, baby.
It was coming up. Chicken Eye said, thank you, baby girl. Chicken Eye says, Dreamcast Guy faces definition of cellulite. God damn, poor guy.
Holy
right now,
crap.
he is feeling some shit wherever he is. And that's just what it is.
He felt like he got knocked out right now. He felt that comment.
Those are like fatalities right there for him.
That was good.
No friendship here.
My people. Yes.
For real. Garcia says, question, have you played Grounded? If not, I highly recommend it. We have. Doodle actually really likes it when we're playing together. I also really liked it, but this is my thing. I love
playing it as a team. Everybody has their task. Yeah.
So my thing is that, remember where I talked about like games getting too hard and then want to put it on easy or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is that like survival games is just like playing a game on hard mode, right? Because you can't just live your best life. You have to go out there and you got to make sure you don't die because you drank something, or make sure you are not starving, and all the shit. And then like you have to build your weapons, and it's kind of hard. You got to get some armor. Like these are all dope things to do. And if I had the time, then it would be like, yeah, let me do this so I can kind of experience it all the best. We played, to be fair, I put a good amount of time into that game.
You got a nice little place over there.
But it's just I got stuck because there was like this thing I'm supposed to go get, and I don't know where it is. I don't know how to get up to that area, and I looked online and it was like, it's right here. I'm like, I don't know fucking get there. So it became a little pain in the ass. So I stopped. Sappho says easy is game journalist mode. Yeah, I hear. I get that. But good news is that I'm not reviewing any games. I'm just living my best life. You know what I'm saying? Chicken that says, oh yeah, Dark Doc, I used to follow, but he smacks his lips after every word. He's a pony.
Damn.
Oh shit. Sappho says, don't insult the moon like that.
Oh shit.
Damn.
Says Dreamcast Guy's face looks like she's turning into a necromorph from Dead Space. Damn.
Yo, you guys are going in today. Yes.
We just made a small comment. You guys went in. Drake Williams, welcome, my man.
Welcome,
thank you so
love.
much.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Dark 1985 on the show. I think he's Puerto Rican. Yes, Dark. He was here. Wait, he was on he was on Xbox International, right? Yeah, last night. He was talking for a while. He was talking. He wasn't on the show, but he was in the chat.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant on. Yeah. Okay.
No, we were chatting with him. He was cool peoples.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he's dope.
Nice.
I don't know if he does this type of stuff, but he was dope for sure. Gogo Pole says Dreamcast Guy face is trypophobia.
Phobia, right?
Trypophobia?
Tryphobia.
I did not know that. Doc Dark is the man. Facts. Sour Blow says, you guys know Doc Dark and Porter Rock are brothers. I did not know that.
No way.
What?
Oh shit. So he's like Sour Blow because Sour Blow's brother is a pony too.
Yes, we found that out last night,
is an
right?
Xbox head. Yeah, we did find that out last night. So and Porter Rock, they're brothers.
Man.
Holy shit.
That's
That's
rad.
fucking dope. Well, Doc Dark was super cool. I mean, I'm sure Porter Rock is cool. It's just he's a pony. So
we can never be friends.
I'm gonna say this.
We could be friends outside of gaming. You know what I'm saying?
That's the message for the
ponies.
But
if I do meet him, I will bring a carrot. Because you gotta be nice to the ponies.
This is how you talk to them.
Gotta feed them.
You ready?
No, I'm just playing.
This is what you do. You ready? Yeah. There you go. They get it. That's all the pony I speak.
I get it. I get that. No, that's funny though. I did not know that. I didn't know ponies had families. You know what I'm saying? I thought they were just raised in the wild.
In the wild,
Just
back into the barn.
In the wild. Nobody knows where they came from. No, that's fucked up. No, I feel okay doing this because you guys went so hard.
I love it.
It's like,
I freaking love it. Yes.
Listen, y'all started the party. I see y'all got some WBG fans in here. We bleed green, baby.
Yeah,
yes,
baby.
we do.
Let's go.
Let's go. Chicken Eye says Dreamcast Guy's face looked like an outbreak of herpes.
Fudge.
God damn.
Damn. All right.
Holy cow.
Yo.
All right, you take the crown. That was
deep. That was deep. CMoney, did you know that Sour Blow and Red Dragon are primos? No, they're fucking not. Sour Blow, are you fucking telling me that Red Dragon is your brother? Fuck that noise. Don't say that shit to me.
Primo's cousin.
All right, but still, family.
Uh-huh.
Okay, fine. Still, is that true? Sour Blow, don't fuck with me. Is that true? Tell me. Oh man, don't tell me. But just tell me. I need to know. Because that Red Dragon motherfucker, he's crazy. He crazy with his tweets out.
I didn't know there were so many Dominican ponies.
No. It's because I don't know what happened.
It's a problem. There's a problem.
There is a problem.
All right.
Somebody's not talking to him right. Oh, Joanna Sarblow says stop. Oh shit. Joanna Duck says ponies are like pigeons. You ever seen a picture of a baby pigeon? No, but I don't think it's great. Oh my god. Sour Blow's brother is a pony. Does that make Sour a centaur? Oh shit. Bark you WBG mode here. I snipe on sight when I see a pony.
Let's go.
Hell yeah. Pop, 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 baby.
Shit.
Get out of here.
You start a mass murder of PlayStation fans.
You know, I'm so happy though that we don't attract ponies in here. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
I go and I see sometimes like Boom Show. He has like this random PlayStation guy talking shit. And it's like, just get the fuck out of here, man.
We don't speak the same language.
Listen, we did that Dirt Griggity interview. If you guys did not see it,
oh my gosh, you
go
gotta
watch
check it
that
out.
shit.
It's
it was
so
2
good.
weeks back. It's in there. It's so good. But yo, he spoke so much facts.
He did.
That is true, man. Like, let's just call it what it is. I don't give a shit about PlayStation. I love the Xbox. That's it. You don't need to hide it. You don't need to sugarcoat shit up in this place. All right. Yeah. This is our space. You know what I'm saying? Our space. We get to be how we want to be. You know what I'm saying? I agree. So y'all can go in however y'all want. Chitara says, God damn, Dreamcast Guy is getting cooked. Facts.
Yeah, I like some seasoning on that. A little pepper on it.
You know I can't cook. Everything you know what I'm saying?
Safo says, since the PlayStation 5 Slim got announced, my regular PlayStation 5 is looking really, really good right now. You know, it's funny, but it does look better. And that's sad because it doesn't look great.
No,
but it looks better than the shit show they showed us. That's a fact. Chicken says, Dirt Griggity Man and Shane have twisted my mind. Listen. They didn't twist it.
It was there all along.
They unlocked your mind.
Yes.
They
took
the
Matrix, baby.
Listen, there's so many people who are out there. And honestly, I got to say, probably Dirt Griggity did the same in that interview for us, where it just unlocked us because it made us see that, you know what? We don't have to pretend to straddle the line of being, oh, I'm cool with the ponies and I'm
not. Good games are good games. We call it like it is, but it is. Games. What he did point out is this in-between bullshit where you're sitting there acting like it's all kumbaya. For me, what it takes is seeing these disgusting ass videos on Twitter coming hard and with no like actual facts. It annoys the crap out of me because I heard in the chat from and I don't think he's in here because we have different time zones, but Jacob, and he was talking about how nasty they are and how they go in. And you know, I never experienced it. I never saw it. And when I did, I was disgusted. Facts. So fuck you and your mom and your sister. Fuck it.
That's a great song. Eastside Vandal says Refudge uses the grease from Dreamcast Guy's creator face to fix his hair. God damn. That's fucked up.
Nah, that might be worse.
That is Snipe Sour Pony 18. That's cool. Safo says Dirt would stop his show to get rid of a pony. Those are facts.
You got to let them out back into the barn.
Absolutely. T2 Comics, welcome, my man. Thank you for stopping by. He says,
Welcome
crapping
for
on
being
someone's
here.
looks is childish and cruel. I'm no fan of Dreamcast Guy, but I think we should be better than this. Calling him all those terrible things are just cruel.
I mean,
listen, you're not wrong.
You're not.
You're not wrong. And it is definitely unnecessary.
but
Am I going to say that if I heard something that made me laugh because I'm thinking it, I think you're right. We should not be talking about it.
I mean,
but
it
when somebody
depends.
else says it and you're already thinking it,
Listen,
it's funny.
This is
and
the
it's
thing.
only funny because he's an asshole.
There you go.
He-
Thank you.
see, I
That's
don't-
my point.
He's
That's
a
where I'm
fucking
going.
His
monster.
looks of a regular person have no bearing. If he was just, Dreamcast guy who just liked Dreamcast and he liked PlayStation and he was just a cool dude, then that's different. But the way, and I know he's behind the scenes a cool dude because this is all fake because he met Paris Lily and he exposed that I just do this all for the clicks and the money. I got bills to pay. I can respect that hustle. But if you spend your entire time shitting on something, you set yourself up for a different type of judgment. And I'm not looking to judge this man because I don't give a shit about him or his life or what he has going on. But don't be a dick.
This is what I give a crap about. I give a crap about people being nasty, right? So when you don't start none, won't be none. That's the bottom line.
None, won't
when I have freaking Xboxes all around my freaking house and I hear somebody talking crap the way that they do, there's a problem. You know what I mean? Don't start, won't be none. That's the mentality that we have. That's how we grew
let's
up.
put it this way. Dreamcast Guy is a monster inside and out.
Yeah, man, you so soon, right after the conversation.
This is the thing. Today, again, there was this, obviously we got tagged on Twitter, right? And it's like, keep it real. I said what I needed to say, and that's how I feel. But
100% agree.
You got to keep it real.
Rashawn says, "Oh no, they snipe from the chat." Yeah, facts. Chicken says, "But listen, T2, I do hear where you're coming from, and in general, I 100% agree with what you're saying. And there is some vicious shit going on in some of these things, for sure. I definitely agree with that. But I just feel like it's difficult to, stop that when he's just somebody who talks a lot of shit for no reason, and sometimes people lash out on people like that. Chicken Eye says, I love watching Dirt because he snipes all these ponies out of there. And Shane. Yeah, no, that's dope. G maybe says the only time you had ponies in the chat was when Colt Eastwood was on the show. Was it him? I thought it was Mav.
I think it was Mav.
It was Mav when he first came in. Then it was like Red Dragon came in, and I think J-Dub came in. It's like some bullshit, but then they blocked them, and that was the end. Colin Prime says, I blocked Red Dragon on Twitter. Yeah, I mean, I don't follow these people, so I don't know how you... Oh, shit. God damn it, Joanna. Did you just hear the speech? Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
What the fuck? Dreamcast Guy's face is 19 inches of what the fuck. That's fucked up. That's really fucked up.
That was good. That was good.
Chicken Eye says, it's start no shit, there won't be no shit.
Exactly. That's it.
Listen, everybody who's in here is cool peoples. Okay.
I mean,
so we're all on the same side.
No one's trying to hurt anybody. But when nasty words are being thrown around and you're out there making a clown out of yourself, then listen, you get what you get.
Like, he's not worried about what
we feel. He's not worried about anybody else's feelings. He wants to make his money and run. And how about you find a way to be like authentic and make your freaking money? Why does it have to be on other people's back or you clowning other people?
Yep.
I'm sorry, you get what you get. Like,
and it's just like
I
all
take it
lies.
personal.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all lies. They just he's make shit up to fit an agenda. Like, dude, it's crazy because when I do see like a Red Dragon tweet because somebody like retweets it or something to like they quote tweet it or whatever to like talk bad about the tweet, but then I have to see it because it's there.
Yeah, that's the way I run into these things.
Twist shit to make it look a certain way, and it's like that's just some asshole shit.
Yeah,
and obviously, like I am like I'm okay because I'm confident in our shit. Like I love Xbox. I know what we got going on. Like it doesn't matter to me in that way, but I do like this is outside of like our lives and our family and work. Like this is my hobby, right? So this is the same thing as if I was a diehard, I don't know, Patriots fan or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the same shit. Like I don't want to hear you talking shit about my team. If you talk shit about my team, then I'm gonna talk shit about you. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the thing.
But it's not just the team though, see. They get personal about the fans. They get they say nasty freaking crap. They played a video.
Yeah,
we were
the MBG
over
video,
at a show. Yes, and they played a video and it was vicious. And that is personal. They're making assumptions and generalizing the Xbox freaking fans. It's not cool. It's not right. It's not. And listen, I have to say, the high road has been taken a lot of times. And I'm not just talking about like the fans, I'm talking about Phil, I'm talking about Xbox, like as a whole. Like the high road has been taken, and now we can confidently be out here and speak our freaking truth. That's that.
All right. But listen, the one thing I do want though is that in here, all right, we don't talk to each other like that. Like we keep each other chill.
Yes.
Because this is the chill spot. Those other people, they're the ones who are out there giving a shit for no reason. And we don't listen, that's not what we do here in this channel. It's not like we spend time worrying about these people. We talk about gaming, we talk about the news. Just so happened that there was a question asked and it led us down a dark road. We're very easily sidetracked. Okay. You wave something shiny and say, ooh, what's over there? All right. So I get that. All right. So, but let's do this. Let's move on from the slander.
Sounds good.
Okay. Because this show was supposed to be like already finishing up. So what we're going to do is we're going to end the topic of the show here, get to our gaming news block where we'll run through some of the other things that are pertinent, and it's going to be right after this. All right. So believe it or not, there's other stuff that has that's happened or has come up that's not related to Activision being bought or PlayStation doing stupid shit. Interesting idea has been floated around, or I guess the news came out that a Disney acquisition of EA idea has been talked about. Some in the company are pushing Disney CEO Bob Iger to consider a bolder transformation from licensing IPs to being a huge gaming publisher. What do we think about this, guys? Do we think?
No, I don't know. Right? Disney is not the shit, huh?
Go ahead. I'm glad.
Disney is not the shit to be joining right now. They have been doing shit show after shit show. They ruin everything they touch. Marvel, Star Wars, Pixar. Like they would be doing themselves a disservice to allow themselves to be caught in that greedy grease trap of a company. Like, nah, stay away. Get some Disney rat pesticide or some shit. Put some rat poison around the office, because no, you don't want that. You don't want that mouse on your paws.
Listen,
what do you feel anything deeper? Any other things that you would see why Disney buying EA would be a problem to gamers or games in general?
That also means that Disney will they'll have direct control over what they decide to make. Like, let's be honest, even if they say they're not going to say like, oh, do whatever you want. We're just here to fuel your imagination. Like they'll cut anything that they think will $1 billion in 10 days sort of thing. Like they are so they don't understand gaming. They'll have these unrealistic expectations of what should or could make money, and then they'll force them to do things that they don't want because they're Disney. It'll be a shit show because it's going to be a disservice to the gamers. We won't get what we want. We're going to get what the corporate wants, and that is the worst outcome we can get. And plus, have you seen what EA has done when they were tied closely to a deal with Disney with their Star Wars games, when they were hell-bent on making them? they were ass. It was only when they weren't held at gunpoint to make them that they got good. So, you know.
Listen,
That's true.
because making games, right? Making games again is a type of art. You have to want to do this. You have to be passionate about it. And so I think Disney needs to just stay out of that. They don't even want to do it. They're trying to talk them into doing this. And so if the desire is not there, I don't see why this move needs to be made. I think this should be left alone. I don't think they should jump into this just to say I'm in the game, or
Well,
I'm a part of it right now. Um,
no, I
I don't
feel
think that's
that.
the route they need to take.
First of all, Darren Hauser, welcome, my man. Thank you,
Welcome,
thank
love. Thank you
you.
for being
What's
here.
up?
He says, what's up, Doodle and
Hi,
Money? What's up,
baby.
chat? The Latin Assassins.
Yes.
Love y'all
I
channel.
love
Thank you
that.
so much. Thank you so much, my
Thank
man. By
you.
the way, the homie, is that Dirt? The homie Dirt sent me.
Oh,
It's the man,
thank you
bro.
so much, you guys.
He's
Thanks,
the
Thank
bro.
you.
homie for sure. Yeah, so this is the thing. I am so like the thing about Disney is like they have all these big properties, right? And I feel like the problem is if we left it to Disney. So if Disney, let's follow through with this. Disney buys EA. They now are a humongous publisher. So now obviously they're going to take their IP and everything's going to be in-house and everything's going to be there, right? And in theory that might sound good because that makes it almost like a first party situation and like, oh man, I could really take care of these IPs. The problem is that Disney, Doodle brought it up on the show last night on Xbox International Podcast, and it just hit me so hard and like in my head, like I was like, oh wow, like that just makes sense. It's like they are like if you leave it up to them, they'll burn it to the ground.
Of course,
Like
yes.
they'll just milk it
They'll
and
suck
milk
it
it
dry.
and
Oh my God.
all right. You know what I'm saying? All right. All right. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Wow. Okay. You
But
guys know what I'm saying.
I
You
think
guys know what I
everybody knows
mean.
what you're saying. But yes, they would basically, run it dry. Like they would just keep making the stuff and really just making it where it goes to shit. Where I really like where they are right now, where they have a bunch of IPs that people are interested in, and they're giving different creators the opportunities to make these games. You know what I'm saying? They're giving creators the opportunity to make their own games, and you got a lot of diverse games, and you got a lot of dope studios working on these games. And honestly, I feel like if they were in a situation where they had it all to themselves, like they were in-house doing it, they would shit the bed because EA is not like, listen, they make good things, and like under Vince Zampella, his branch of the world is doing great. He has Apex Legends, he has the Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor. Supposedly he's working on Battlefield now. What is he gonna do with that? Like he's good, but like regular EA, they just are like out of touch. You know what I'm saying? Like they're always trying again, they're always about the money. They're no better than Activision was before being bought. Like they need to make as much money. Like they're trying to pivot their studios to go make Battlefield games because they're trying to invest to make Battlefield something bigger than it is. And honestly, they're probably if I had to put my money on it, they're probably trying to warm up to Sony to be like, hey, listen, you know, you were pushing Call of Duty, but
Pick
you
me
could
up.
have been pushing Battlefield since,
Pick me up,
you know what
baby.
I'm saying? I feel like that's something that they're probably pivoting towards. But like if Disney owned them, like what would they do with those studios? Like if they have now their properties that they want made, who's gonna make them? You know what I'm saying? Like they're essentially would have to start buying more studios to bring into EA to make these other games. Because there's only so many people that you have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think I don't think it would be a good look. I don't think it would be smart for them to do it. I know I've read somewhere that people were saying, well, I'd rather them buy them than to have it go to like a first party studio, like a PlayStation or Xbox.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't feel like Disney. I don't like wishy-washy. You know what I'm saying? The fact that Disney was in it, then got out of it, and then like right now they're trying to pressure Bob Igor or Igor, however you say it.
Iger.
They're trying to convince him to do this, which means his heart's not in it, which means that as soon as there's a sign of failure or a sign of
They're
things
gonna.
going south,
We're
he's
talking
gonna
Jim
exit, or he's
Ryan,
gonna do something
guys. We're
stupid.
talking Jim Ryan.
You think Bob
Right?
Igor's like Jim Ryan?
Meaning, yeah. Well, listen, it's not working. We're out. We're done. We're talking
possible.
Disney kind of like
Iger
milking
isn't
everything
bad.
for
Actually, he's
everything
pretty
it's
good.
got.
He
Look
was
at
the
what they're.
man behind the Lucasfilm acquisition, the Marvel acquisition. It was Bob Chapek or the other Bob that shit everything, like made everything abysmal. I think.
Look at.
I might be confusing the Bobs.
Yeah.
Shit,
I mean, maybe.
Look at what they've done with Marvel, though. Like, is this
That's what
the
I'm saying. They're, like,
situation
running
that we
to the
want?
ground.
I don't feel like that's a good right there.
Like, I don't know how they would do that with games because games cost a lot more
Chapek is a
money.
bad one. Iger's the good one.
Yeah, so I don't know how they would do that because it would be a lot more of an investment, and a lot more risk for them. And they're not doing great financially. I mean, let's be real. Like Disney is not popping.
They're not right now.
For them to take EA, which they're also not popping. I mean, they have Madden.
That just seems like a
they have
freaking
Final Fantasy, the soccer game, right? Like they have some games that are money makers, but it's like I don't know.
Yeah.
Safo says they should have done it a long time ago. So I mean, I get that. He says the shtick is creating stuff. They have the money, they have the creative talent. I say go for it. We don't know if they can if they don't try it. I mean, yes. And I mean, is there really anything that they can mess up from EA that we get? Like, no. Maybe there'll be Disney characters as unlockables in Madden. You know what I'm saying?
I will actually
run around
that
as
would
Mickey
be kind of
Mouse.
cool. I don't know if you're saying that as a joke, but like that'll be pretty dope.
Wouldn't that be dope? You got a mode where you can be like Disney characters.
Yeah.
Playing. That would be dope. That would be funny.
Yeah.
I think I like that idea. Jesse says Disney doesn't want the headache and risk. They did that already and noped out.
Yep.
They should know better. Facts. I agree there. Eastside Vandal says Battlefront 2 was good. Disney was the one that stepped in and made EA remove all the egregious microtransactions. Yes, but only after it went to shit. Like if people didn't complain about the microtransactions, Disney would have been all for it because they were making the money.
Collecting that dough.
What they did was they said, okay, we trusted you, EA, and you made a bad decision because everybody hates it. So we need you to take it out. But they, as much as it's nice to look at them as the hero, they really only did that to kind of save the game.
They were the villains.
Had it been fine and people were happy with it, they would have done it. That's a dope ass logo, by the way. You see Eastside Vandal's logo?
It's pretty freaking dope.
Wait, what's that? Crash hugging the Xbox logo? That's fucking fire, bro. I love that shit. That's epic.
A lot of freaking cool profile pictures.
Yeah, for real. Disney doesn't mind taking risks, Safo says. They do it all the time. I feel that. Oh, John, what is good, my man?
Welcome, John. Cheers, baby.
Welcome.
Cheers.
What's up, John? I don't know. They are the risk. Like they don't take risks.
I don't know. Safo just said they take risks all the time.
Have you noticed that most of their movies lately have been remakes and sequels because they don't trust anything original?
No. Let's not confuse it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. No.
We're not going to go down this road.
Okay.
But the remakes that they're doing, where they're taking their old properties and changing them,
sequels. I'm not highlighting the.
They're just changing things with the times.
Yes,
that's all.
They're making
those things we're not going to go
make
into.
Your excuse about the remakes, but the sequels, like they're Frozen 3's coming out.
Okay, well,
coming out.
Frozen 3 is going to be amazing.
This is an anime and beyond conversation.
No, you know what? Pin that shit.
Tomorrow.
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
The only thing,
we're gaming now.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the only one that I trust is Zootopia 2. They can actually be really good, but the other two don't deserve to.
No TV movies tomorrow. Gaming now.
Disney.
All right, so Safo says, but even if they buy EA, Disney won't see the result of it for another 5 years.
Yeah.
That's true.
At least. Yes.
G maybe says, I just think Disney's current plan of trying different publishers out with their IP is still the way to go. Owning EA would limit those opportunities. I agree 100%. I think that I much prefer the idea that Xbox can get a Star Wars or a Marvel game exclusive because of a deal they make with Disney than being forced to have it always be a third-party game.
Yeah.
Because this is the thing, like Spider-Man is a PlayStation exclusive, and I mean, it's all the more better for it, honestly. Like, I don't think that game, as much as it would be nice, I don't think the game would be the same game if it was made across the board on different consoles. I think they focused on PlayStation.
Yeah.
They did what they can with the PlayStation. I don't. I think all games are best if they're exclusive. I'm not trying to. I don't wish them to be kept from people, but I just feel
Well,
like the
listen,
best
every
opportunity
box
for that
is
game
different.
to
For
be
the game
good
to
is
be
for
great and to
an
look its
exclusive.
best, if you're focusing on one box, that's
Exactly.
much easier. Because we're talking about I think we were talking about Final Fantasy and how they can't work on the game for Xbox for like how long is it? For like 3 to 6 months while they are exclusive to PlayStation. They can't do anything, and he came out and said how much easier it would be if everyone had the same box and they could
Yeah,
just hand over the game, obviously. So a lot of work goes into, you know, working with whatever they have in there,
agreed.
whatever mechanism
Agreed.
they use in technology.
Chicken Eye says, I honestly think Sony is in trouble. Yeah, they sell all these consoles, but honestly, they have no games, and that's just a
They
fact.
have no games, they sell no games. They're not
They
selling,
don't have them, and
it's
the ones
not
they have don't
matching.
sell,
Yes.
which is what Jim Ryan was crying about. Safo says, can you imagine Jedi Fallen Order with an actual budget, more time to finish a game? Disney should try it. But see, Safo, for me, I feel like I would imagine Jedi Fallen Order having that if they made it an Xbox exclusive
Mhm.
or if they made it a PlayStation exclusive. Where if you did if EA is always going to be third party, like they're going to be multi-platform. So you're never going to get like the best version of a game from them. Whereas honestly, I just that's my belief. I feel like like you do an exclusive and you get the best version of a game if they actually are trying to take advantage of that box, you know what I'm saying? Which is typically what a first party developer would do, not what a third party would
I
do.
think because of the money, obviously, Xbox is where they need to go. Like, we're
Hell yeah.
talking about going ahead and trying to make a game and making it right, taking the time and having the budget. I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't think PlayStation has the luxury right now to just hand out money and see if something works. We know that if something doesn't seem right or they get sketchy about anything, they cut off projects. And so that's the problem that we're having because yes, this sounds great. Yes, can you imagine PlayStation getting this and going ahead and working on it and delivering a great game? But at the end of the day, we know how things go. We know the lack of money, and we know that they don't have the patience. If it doesn't seem like it's gonna cut it, they cut it.
Facts. Safel says Sony buying EA would make everything exclusive to PlayStation. They would run EA into the ground like they did Square Enix, like they were doing Capcom. Problem is that Sony can't afford EA. Sony can't afford to buy any type of big publisher like that. Um, but if they did, I mean, honestly, I don't think that they would. I don't know. EA doesn't really have games that fit like the PlayStation mold. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like to buy them would be taking a gamble because your audience doesn't really give a flying shit about them. So I don't think that would be too good of a look. Eastside says, I honestly like Disney licensing their IPs out to everyone and letting individual studios' creative juices flow.
Yep.
Agreed. I'm in that
That's what they need
same.
to do. They can't go ahead and get so involved in it. They do have great characters. They have a lot that they can go ahead and say, listen, and maybe we say about them being in trouble, but I mean, there's a lot of money in there. Like, if you really are serious about getting into this industry, then spend the money and do it right.
Yep, facts. Sony doesn't want to. Chicken Eye says Sony doesn't want to risk making new IPs when ponies don't even buy the games. That's why they trying to milk all these remakes and remasters 100%.
That's the problem that they're having, right? Because we talk about what they need to do and the steps they need to take, right? We know it's low budget, but the problem again with them taking one step forward and 5 back, and why they're so afraid is because the fans are not coming through with the purchases.
Agreed.
They're not.
They aren't, and it's because as much as they want to deny it, they don't realize that their box is the casual box. It's not the box of hardcore gamers, is the casual box, is the box that people know that Call of Duty is there, their friends, one of them is hardcore, and then they had all their casual friends say, oh, okay, we could play Call of Duty together there, and that's where it goes. And that is what they're going to lose, and that's what's the problem. What they don't realize is that they're on shaky ground. Their foundation is not strong. They're a bunch of people who are willing and ready to just go wherever their friends go.
Yep.
And if Game Pass is bringing people in, they will follow.
I agree.
Man.
Huh?
I can hear that.
Oh, the pitter patter?
Yeah. Please stop.
Sorry.
Thank you.
No problem.
Eric says, I'm about an hour behind. Gonna listen at 1.5 speed. Should be caught up with another hour show of the show.
Thank you for coming in, baby.
Thanks, Eric.
Safo says, look where KOTOR is right now. Development hell. We might never see that game.
Oh, I forgot they're remaking that.
You know why? That is called... No, I don't know the word. What's the word when you get what you deserve?
Karma.
Karma.
Yes.
That's called karma. You know why? Because KOTOR was where? Xbox.
BioWare.
It was an Xbox game. First, how dare they go make a remake and try to make it exclusive to PlayStation? It's called karma. Fuck what you heard, Sony. You got yours. Yeah, you got yours. And now
tomorrow,
Xbox is gonna be like,
trailer
yo,
drops.
We'll make KOTOR with one of our actual RPG studios.
Obsidian.
How would Sony think that they should take an exclusive game called Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, that's one of the greatest RPGs ever, and not have a real RPG studio make that shit?
BioWare was working on it.
Well,
right?
BioWare was working on it. That company doesn't even exist anymore. They're a shell of who they were.
You know, they watched a Disney movie and said when you wish upon a star, and they believed that was real, and so they figure they can do it.
Yeah, and Jimmy wished on the wrong star. He did not make the right choice. Sanchez says Sony is the Apple of gaming. They want to lock you in their ecosystem. No, because if they were the Apple of gaming, they would be the most successful company out there. They're just the most successful PlayStation they're just the most successful console. But Apple is a beast. They're trillions of dollars. Trillions. They're bigger than any other place. So if anything, Sony is the Samsung, and they haven't been successful enough to overtake Apple, unfortunately. It's sad. But Sony wishes they were any of these other companies, to be honest with you.
It's like, damn, at this point,
like,
you're watching this go
Apple
down, and you're like, where do I go?
Facts. Jesse B says EA had the Star Wars license for 10 years and made 2 games, 3 if you count Fallen Order right at the end. I don't trust them to put out their content for their properties. No, I don't either. I mean, to be fair, I loved Battlefront. The story mode, the single player campaign that they made, fucking dope. That was a really good story. I really enjoyed that. Eric says, Safo, that is a good thing. As long as that team wanted to make the changes they wanted, we deserve a game true to the original and not tainted with political ideology. Agreed.
Yeah, good.
John says, you would like to think whatever box the game is being made for would utilize the hell out of it to bring the game at its best. It would be nice. The problem is these teams, they choose a path of least resistance. So they pick one, they focus on that one, and then they port it and just hope that it runs at some point on the other one. If Microsoft, maybe says, if Microsoft buys Crystal Dynamics, do they bring the Avengers and Guardians of the Galaxy back to Game Pass?
Man.
Yes, of course. Oh my God, I really want that to happen. Cypher says, so Sony is close to needing to give handies for spare change.
Oh my God. Oh my God, that was the best. Yes.
That is amazing.
Damn.
Oh my God. So G maybe says that must be why Jim left. He can't even hold a controller right. He must have carpal tunnels. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Damn.
I am freaking loving this chat.
That
You
is
guys are on
wild.
fire.
That is wild.
Damn.
Yes.
Trouble is Xbox owns all the major content now, and it's all hitting Game Pass. John 907 says, yes, Sony desperation is understandable. Facts. They are desperate. Silent says, G maybe not. Jim left so he can catch up on all the Game Pass games that are releasing. Those are facts. Chicken Eye says ponies were capping for Baldur's Gate because it was going to PlayStation first. When the game released, no ponies bought it. Yo, nobody played that game.
It's so true. It's crazy.
It's wild.
Oh man.
It's crazy. Darren says Sony's foundation is about as strong as that PlayStation Slim Baby Steps Edition kickstand.
Shit. Damn. Roasted alive.
Mic drop. Let's go.
Oh my god. That's hilarious.
That was awesome.
G maybe says, I guess he learned how to hold a controller then. Oh my god, that's funny. Eastside says PlayStation 1 and KOTOR to be another GOW game, God of War game, and that's not what that game is. No, it's not. RSJ, welcome.
RSJ, what's up?
Thank you for being here.
Rashawn says, don't slander Samsung like that. I feel you. Nino.
Yes, baby. Welcome.
Thank you, CMoney. Tired of hearing that. Apple would never release that ugly of a console. Facts. That's right. They got to stop saying Apple is the Sony's the Apple. They're not. They wish. Apple is smooth, bro. Look at that.
Slick and sexy. Yes.
Smooth.
Look at
contours.
those edges.
Those smooth edges. Yes. Did I get features that you guys had for a long time? Sure. But we got it working right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's all. No, I have an Android too. I'm talking shit. I got my other phone. Nino, welcome, man. Thanks for
welcome.
Chicken crazy. I've seen some ponies saying Baby Steps is going to be a banger. God damn it.
Oh my
God.
gosh.
Cracked out.
Okay.
These guys are cracked out.
We'll see how many copies they sell.
We're making it out the crib with this one. Jeez.
RSJ says, I'm doing good. Getting ready to play some Modern Warfare 3. Where the fuck is Modern Warfare 3? Is that game out?
November. It's a Call of Duty game that came out during
Is there a beta?
Probably.
It's prepping, baby. Prepping.
Damn.
The excitement, it's
real. Chicken says everybody forgets about Hasbro wanting Xbox to make another Transformer game. Oh no, I'm ready for that. I am ready for that.
You don't even like
Jesse B says ponies said nay to Baldur's Gate. Facts. RSJ fan says the beta. Ooh.
Let's go. Look, see.
Oh, General Source says multiplayer beta is active now. Is that on PlayStation though?
Thank you guys.
Is it on PlayStation? And is it free on PlayStation or do I have to pre-order it? Let me know.
Probably.
Silent Cypher says, as far as console aesthetics go, Sony is the Dreamcast guy of the market.
One thing is that before
Why?
What's funny is that before the PS5 Slim, I always thought PlayStation always had the sleek looking console. Like they always look nice, deny it if you will. They always look great. But now they just don't give a shit anymore. It was like, oh, Xbox made a cardboard box for a console. We can do worse. Like, geez.
That's wild. Nino says beta hit PlayStation last week. This week it's Xbox PC. Open beta is the 14th.
Let's go.
So you got to pre-order. Okay, so he says pre-order. Yeah, I ain't about that life. That game's coming on Game Pass. I feel it. Eventually. Park U says Baby Steps is going to be a banger. It's my game of the year and also official Dreamcast Guy simulator.
It looks like the protagonist. For real though.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, chicken. I'm not gonna read that, but that is interesting.
Oh, I gotta see
Victor. Welcome, my man.
Welcome,
thank you so much.
Victor.
OnPoint Gamer says,
thank you for being here.
Best publisher Sony can go for Ubisoft, valued at $4.29 billion. Also of note to know, Sony lost over $50 billion in value from 2020 to now.
Oof.
Yeah, you know what the problem is, even about that, Victor, is that 4.29 billion is to buy the company. The problem is they can't afford to run the company. They'll own it at 4.29 billion, but they have thousands of employees at Ubisoft that they wouldn't know what to do with, and then Ubisoft will close. RSJ says right now you have to pre-order, but Saturday it's open to everyone. All right, I'll wait till Saturday to try it out. Will I try it out?
Why not?
Probably not.
Day.
I know it's gonna be good. I don't need that. I don't need that life. All right. So let's move on from EA buying Disney. I think we got a lot out of that one. So Jim Ryan has a friend in retirement now. Unity went ahead and drop kicked John Riccitelli or whatever the hell, Riccitelli, the old CEO of
no,
of
we
Unity,
get it. We get it.
Drop kicked out of the company. It's funny because he did some crazy shit. Nino says we'll finish the show tomorrow at the gym. Last 2 hours of work. Great show. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for coming by. We appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. So there was a statement made. Was there a statement? Okay, well, this is what the Wario put it out here. It says Unity, John Riccitello.
Riccatello.
All right, Riccatello will retire as president, chief executive officer, chairman, and a member of the company's board of directors, effective immediately. Yo, they are deleting my man from the company, not just stepping down from one place. They're removing him from everything. Riccatello.
There we go. Thank you, Jesse.
You just got to break it down. They should have written it that way. You know what I'm saying? We don't know how to read that name. Come on.
Interesting.
But yeah, so he's gone. And good, because Unity is kind of fucked. Like, I really don't see how they recover from this. Like, that shit show that they brought out of nowhere, they were like the beloved engine. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
the indie darling, everyone loved them. And then now they like showed this dark side that now you can't trust, right? Because the problem is, the game developers, they get in bed with these engines for years. And like, who's to say that they're not going to just decide midway that they're going to do some stupid ass change and, go ahead and screw them again. And Jesse B put it here. He says he's a sacrificial lamb. The board is still there and was okay with this move. That's 100% the point. That
agreed.
They did this to try to be like, look, we got rid of the bad guy.
Yeah,
and it's
we
bro.
know how deep this goes,
exactly.
Right? Unless, like, because we were talking about it, and he's not retiring, right? He got his ass sent out.
He's gone.
Right?
He's been removed.
And so the problem is they broke trust. This is a big deal. What they did was a big deal. And it's not just like, okay, he's gone, now it's over, right? As Jesse mentioned, it wasn't just him. And so, like, what are you guys going to do moving forward, or at least address the problem? You have to tell us and include us in the process as to why he's out, right?
Agreed.
Who else is out? What do you guys do to clean the house?
Nothing. They just drop kick this dude out the company.
But they're doing it, and he made his money, right? He made his money. He's fine, right?
Nothing's wrong. Nothing ever happens to these guys.
This is they're trying to catfish our asses into believing that now that he's out, everything's back to what it used to be and fine and dandy. And the reality is that it's not. Because, listen, it wasn't cool. It's still not cool. Make it right. Address the issue. Tell us why that happened and who has to deal with the consequences of that now, aside from him. And then maybe we can think about moving forward. But you broke 100%. Trust, and that crap is not just built because you took one guy out.
Trust is the hardest thing to gain, and it's almost impossible once you lose it to get it back. So that's I feel like this was it, man. Just like Jim Ryan was the downfall of Sony. This guy right here, this one decision that they thought was going to fly is going to be the downfall of Unity.
We see how things work, right? We see how everything goes. We saw how, how many emails Phil sends out, how they go back and forth talking about their moves and what they're going to do. And then, like, they have to be on board with it. We understand this, right? We didn't have to see it, but there's proof out there of how these things work. So you're not just going to feed us the bull crap that he did it, now he's out, problem solved. No.
Yeah. Bullshit.
Not enough.
Yeah. Bullshit. Silence says bullshit. He's a garbage human.
Yes.
It's not a loss at all.
I say good riddance. That's for sure. Ugh.
Kick rocks.
Yeah,
You
you
don't
make
want
really
him
stupid
around.
decisions at that level. It's just time to go.
Yeah.
Chicken Eye says Jim Ryan will be the next documentary on the downfall of PlayStation. It's
Tune in
so
next
true.
week for the downfall of PlayStation.
It honestly, it's sad, but I mean, it's not sad. Good. They deserve it. Humble these motherfuckers.
Yeah, I agree. And listen, I will be there with my
Makes me laugh.
popcorn, watching
yeah,
it
just
go
like,
down and pointing out what they missed that they didn't throw in there.
Eat that, chew that shit slow as hell. Enjoy that. Victor says role reversal. PlayStation has made the same mistakes, Xbox One made, and all these devs bet on Xbox at the start of last gen and switched to Xbox. Same is happening again now with them going to Xbox. Facts. They listen. I'm telling you, I said it already. You've heard me on maybe on this show, but definitely on other shows. I've said this is going to be just like the Xbox 360, PlayStation 3 generation. Xbox 3, but the roles reverse. So Sony is in the Xbox 360 lane, and we're in the PlayStation 3 lane. And yes, they have the lead. Yes, they got out front and they're dominating the sales.
That's brand.
But by the end of this generation, with everything Xbox has going on, by the end, mark my words, PlayStation will be in the third place position. I would assume. I'm assuming Nintendo with their next gen is going to pop right back up.
I think so.
But they'll be in the third place position. Xbox will be number one for sure. They will be in front of PlayStation 100%.
Listen, they've put in the work. They've put in the work. They've put in the money. They deserve it.
Yep.
And that's the difference, right? Like, man, it's so blinded, the situation over there at PlayStation. They don't even understand where they are right now because they refuse to live in the reality. And so, like, you have to give props to Xbox, the whole team, to Phil, all of them. Yo, hats off what you guys were able to do, how you managed to navigate through the situation you were in.
Yep.
Dude, that was handled so well, and not anyone can do it.
100%.
And listen, I'm questioning if the way that things work out, like I'm questioning what PlayStation is going to do now in this situation.
Well, that's the question, right? Like that's what we're all going to be interested to see what they do and how they handle this. Jesse B says, and the sad thing is they went 10 steps over the line, said, oops, we're sorry, and only stepped back 5. And it looks better, but it's still a raw deal. Facts. Unity and PlayStation are very much aligned right now, where PlayStation seemed to just have stepped in it. Same thing with Unity. They made wrong choices. They thought they were bigger than they were. They thought that they were going to make a move and everybody was going to follow. And that's exactly what PlayStation thinks. They said, no, we're going to keep making it this way. And then look at everybody's going this way, bro. Everybody's going the Xbox way because that's the only way that makes sense. You guys, unfortunately, are going to be left behind.
Yeah.
Chicken says Jimmy Boy literally killed PlayStation.
Shot to the head.
These are facts.
Like,
yeah.
brutally murdered. Like, you're not coming back.
Lights out.
Facts. He maybe says John and Jim hanging out, waiting on Bobby so they can get their party started. What a fun time. John says, yeah, fun times. Everyone's going to enjoy. Absolutely. So that, I mean, that's really what's going on with this. Yeah. Let's move on. This is a quick one, but I did want to bring it up. There's a slight switch to kind of leak / update.
Ooh.
Yeah,
it has
real
been
quick. Chicken Eye. If you can highlight it.
Oh man,
yes.
He literally said Nintendo the same thing right now. I was about to talk about.
All right.
No. But I'm saying he brought up Nintendo exactly as I was talking about Nintendo.
There we go.
Nintendo is number one now. Nintendo stepping up their next system as far as power goes. Sunny in trouble, in my opinion. Facts. Yeah, they are number one as far as
sales.
Well, I mean, but how do you quantify that? What? How many Switches are there?
Like 100+ million.
Okay, but PlayStation has 100.
It's more than a PS4. It's like the second biggest.
But they have PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5,
and so they're doing better than both.
No. PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5 combined, they're at like 160 million.
Oh, maybe combined. I don't know, but I'm talking about like, I mean, they'll never race against. Oh, can they beat them combined?
Well, I mean, meaning that the games that are going to come to the Switch are competing with the PlayStation 4, which is at 120 or 130 million. Plus, you have PlayStation 5.
I don't know. The Switch is only behind the PS2 and the DS, and that's it. So,
all right, well, good. But I mean,
You're
I mean
number
less
one.
about that because obviously that shit is crazy. It's super
Nintendo's
dope.
its own beast.
Yeah, they're their own monster. But
I feel like whoever's in with Nintendo's just in. You know what I'm saying? There's no like
and if they bring the power
to
back,
PlayStation or
that's
come
gonna
to
be a
Xbox. They will dabble. Like this is like, but Nintendo's Nintendo.
if they bring the power back and they
Mhm.
actually can compete, and third parties are like, oh shit, yeah, we could bring our games here. That's gonna be a fierce battle for
Yeah.
sure. So with the Switch 2 update, again, this is just like a small leak, but somebody had put in a resume or something that it was a former developer who was working on it. He basically said a couple things that made it sound like number one, that the Switch 2 will have backwards compatibility, which we'll talk about in a sec. And then number two, that is going to have machine learning. So this is the thing. We know that Nintendo's in bed with Nvidia, right? And let's be real, Nvidia are the masters of this machine learning, upscaling technology. I mean, it's witchcraft what they can do with DLSS, like the latest one, like 3.5. Like I can't wait to play Cyberpunk 2077 in like all its glory on my PC. I just gotta beat Starfield. But they are like the masters of that shit. So now that Nintendo's stepping up and they're saying, okay, we're gonna come and have a more powerful handheld. If they go ahead and have the power in the machine, just straight up in the machine of the like a PlayStation 4 or like a Xbox One X, like if they get up to that level in your hand, like just that's the power that's in there, or Series S or something like that, that would be amazing. But if they do it the right way with Nvidia, they can literally be pumping out 4K, 60 FPS, 4K, 120 FPS
Yeah.
on the handheld device when it's docked. And they can definitely do with Nvidia 1080, 60, 1080, 120, or even 1440p 60 and 120 with upscaling that DLSS can give them. So if they put like the hardware in there to do DLSS and make it future proof for the future versions of DLSS, Nvidia could be the Switch can be crazy.
Yeah.
That's very similar to the projected path that Xbox is going to take that leaked out, where they want to do a hybrid console, where they want to have the cloud powering the system and using machine learning. Like there is so much there where you can have these future proof systems that can grow and become more powerful without needing new hardware. That's the future. And if Nintendo dips into that, that's going to be money. But the fact that backwards compatibility is also there, the question is it backwards compatible physically, or is it backwards compatible through just the digital downloads? I saw that. We'll say it. G Baby
My
says
people.
DLSS. Doodle likes stabby stab. Yes,
I do, baby. I do.
Yes, she does. These are the facts.
I love a shank.
We do. She does. But yes, I mean, what do you guys think? Do you guys think like this is a big deal? The backwards compatibility and doing that whole, machine learning aspect of it? Man.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I imagine that Nintendo's gonna like want to be more powerful. Like we heard about like the Matrix demo running on the Switch. So I feel genuinely zero surprise from this. Like it's almost at this point, they just have yet to just confirm that they're gonna have their next console and it's gonna be graphically impressive and comparable to what's coming out lately. So, it's a matter of time. I just want them to announce the damn thing. I mean,
That's what I'm waiting
feel
for,
like-
man.
they
yeah.
should have done it by now. Remember, the Switch was announced in October, so this would be the ideal time to announce it. But then again, I think there's still Switch games coming out throughout the year, so it'll probably come out during like fall time rather than March or something.
You're not wrong. I do
That would
feel
be
like,
dope.
yes, to maximize the sales. We know how Nintendo works, right? We know what they want. They want us to buy those games that they never drop the price on and then go ahead and rebuy them and continue to do so. So yeah, maybe Madman, maybe they're trying not to spook us when it comes to like the holiday season. Go buy whatever you got to buy, but I am very excited for what's happening with the Switch too. Listen,
Me too.
I don't think Philly Phil will hand Nintendo a 10-year deal if there weren't certain things coming. And by that, I mean like power, right?
Yep. Yeah. They
I
had to
don't
know. They had to sit down and be like, hey, listen, we want to do this deal with you, but we're also not going to fucking make a potato ass game. Like,
exactly.
what is your next
That's
console?
the
Like, is it
thing.
going to
This
have the
deal
power?
for 10 years needs to make sense. And
Yeah.
so Madman, get closer to the mic, love, when you're
Oh, my
talking.
bad.
Thank you. Thank
Pardon
you,
my
G
French.
maybe. But yeah, I feel like I'm excited for it. I am excited that Xbox is involved because obviously we love everything Nintendo brings. I think this is only gonna help them evolve when it comes to those, third-party games. They're gonna make a lot more money. They're gonna solidify, which I can only imagine this was, like, kind of like the sale on it, like, to get
Yeah.
Nintendo to really, like, bend in and go ahead and do this. There's a lot going on out there when it comes to, obviously, the freaking games, coming out constantly, right? Nintendo they normally sell very well, but it's their own stuff. I was waiting for Pikmin 4 for what felt like, what, 30 years? I
Yeah.
mean, from when they announced. And so, yeah, maybe we are
I feel like
getting
8
to a place
years.
where they where they want to go ahead and start having these third-party games.
Yeah.
And with that, in order for them to do that, they do need the power. Who's gonna buy it on the Switch if
If
they
you're
have
always going
other
to get the
platforms?
inferior version.
Correct. And not to mention that it probably takes them a lot more money, these studios and
Yeah.
developers. It takes them a lot more money to go ahead and compact the game into a system that can barely run the game. And so it's not just Nintendo not wanting to carry these things, it's the developers not feeling confident and comfortable enough bringing their games into the Switch.
Facts.
And so I'm excited. I'm excited to see what this is going to mean because as much as I felt like, holy crap, how did Phil talk Nintendo into doing this? The other side of the coin is what did Nintendo have to do, or what does Nintendo have coming that is appealing
Yeah.
for Philly to want to have this? Because again, we're talking, our minds went to freaking Game Pass on the Switch,
I
right?
still feel like there's a
Our
possibility.
minds, yes,
I still
because
feel
It's
it.
listen,
not
Phil has made
impossible.
it very clear he just wants his games everywhere. And we don't know. We don't know. I'm hopeful. I'm excited.
Facts. So I have a question for you both, but I
Yes.
want to hit the chat real quick and then I'll ask it. So
Let's
John
go.
says Xbox been putting everything in place for years, bro. ABK and Call of Duty is just the cherry on top.
Yes,
These
baby.
are facts. Victor says Nintendo will need to step up with their next handheld or get lost in the dust. I don't think a weak system will dominate for them with this new handhelds coming from every corporation. That's a
Absolutely.
great point.
Yes.
They are not the only. So let's be clear. And then this is not shade at Nintendo. This is just a reality. They struck at the perfect time with their
They
handheld
did.
hybrid device. They did it before anybody was out there, but they were the proof that people wanted to be able to play handheld. And that's why Steam got involved. They made the Steam Deck. That's why all these other PC manufacturers are getting into the handheld game. Now that they're in the game, though, it does make the Switch seem, outside of first party content, obviously irrelevant. Like, it's super weak, right? In comparison. So you're right, Victor. If they, we know Nintendo's not good on their next console, right? When they have a hit, the next console is always wishy-washy. There's always a chance they do some stupid shit and fuck it up. And I can tell you right now, the thing that would be the major fuck up for them this time is if in their mind they keep saying, nah, we're Nintendo, we don't need to have the power. So if they don't come with a powerful enough system that they can put on the next Call of Duty on there and it look and play the same, right?
Or at least really similar.
Or very similar, right? Or, you know, obviously it's lower resolution, right? So you can, on the screen, it's less, so it's easier to do. But if they don't do that, there will be a similar situation where history repeats itself and their next system does not do anywhere near what their last one did.
They need to come correct.
They do need to come correct.
Yep.
Darren says Phil is a gamer first, in between kissing babies and lighting random people's cigarettes. Him and Jimbo are not the same.
No,
Jim Ryan was definitely out of touch with consumers. Fact. Yeah, that's Phil's claim to fame, right? He's a people person, right? He was out here talking to the community, talking to the fans. He was at FanFest. He was there, right? He's accessible. He's on Twitter. He's answered people. Like, it sounds crazy because like it seems like such a little thing. But like, you know, I've written to him before and he's directly responded to me. Like, that's cool.
That's
you know what I'm
so
saying?
dope.
Like,
listen, there's people
fire.
you know that you write to that
don't
won't
even write you back and shit.
So
It's like, motherfucker.
Phil writing back. It's like,
Seriously.
are you freaking kidding me? Like, with everything you've got going on.
All right. So before we finish up some of these small things, but we're gonna just have fun with it. One last question I want about the Nintendo stuff.
Yes.
Okay. Do you think, given the power, if Nintendo makes a powerful system, do you think we would ever get to the point where Nintendo will make a realistic looking Mario?
Ugh.
And I don't mean real, and to be clear, I'm not talking about like human looking. Like, he would still look like
that would be
Mario, but I'm talking about like super, like the lighting would be amazing, like ray trace looking lighting, like him looking like CG, like super realistic looking.
Like
yeah, like Pixar like detailed, not like it's still Mario, but like, and not like the stupid shit that people say where like you can see all his craziness, but like just like a really high,
oh my God, I see
like,
some of those things.
Awesome version of it. Like, I keep going back to that GameCube tech demo with Link, where
that Zelda
they made that. Yeah, well, it was
no,
Link.
I know it was like, I know it's Link and Ganon fighting.
Yeah,
and
so like that level of realism. Obviously, back then it doesn't look anything like
back
now.
then it was hype as shit.
But like, do you think they'll do that? Do you think they'll finally say, okay, we have a dope ass system, let's fucking put it to work. Let's show you a Zelda that looks like he could be
like a Lord of the Rings,
real
like a freaking Witcher, dude.
Yes.
This is what I'm. They have freaking the horses and everything going on, Last of Us style. You know what I mean with that like dark take to it. This is the thing, and they wouldn't need to drop what they do. They make different versions of these
Zelda.
games.
That's the beauty of Zelda.
Right?
Like, they can do whatever crazy shit they feel this time, but it's just another incarnation of Link and Zelda.
Yes, exactly. That will be dope. The same thing with Mario, right? They make the 2D, they make the 3D. They go ahead and take the liberties that they want to take with these things. They don't need to take away what they normally give us to continue on that consistency. But to take Zelda and turn it into like a Witcher, very dark,
edgy as shit, like what Twilight Princess was meant to be,
with freaking beautiful graphics
and voices
on the clothing, the voices, the hair. Remember, they have that luscious hair, right?
I don't know if they'll
skating with the breeze. Like, I can see it. I can see it.
I don't know if they'll want to make Link talk.
Get those apples and actually look
like apples,
really, really realistic. I'm in for it. I feel like they can do that and still keep what Nintendo makes.
I don't know.
I mean, hope so, man.
Yeah, I think that with voice acting, I don't know if they'll give Link like a voice like that. I feel like it's just part of its identity. And people that's just like a thing. They know Link doesn't talk, and it's almost like an inside joke in the gaming community.
Yeah, but I feel like you got it. It's only an inside joke.
Same way he grunts, he's a little more rough around the edges. They can give him that type of personality. Also, we say about streaming all the time. So think about it this way, right? We talk about streaming. We talk about how we used to record the videos and then put them up and how much better it was when we were live, right? And talking to the chat and everything else. And then what made it even better was when we did the cameras and we're here and we feel like we're hanging out with you guys and really talking to you guys. You guys are there. You talk and get so involved in everything we're talking about. You guys are freaking hilarious. And you see us, and here we are. We're hanging out with you. That's what it feels like to us. And so when you're thinking about these games, yes, he doesn't talk, but imagine that connection that you're going to have with these characters when they go ahead and they give you more. When you hear them talking, you connect a voice to a face, and it's all there. The emotion. I feel like they can pull this off. They can do the same thing with Mario. Give us
We know he can talk
another
now.
version of it. They don't need to take away what they normally give us, just so they can play it safe and feel comfortable. And honestly, when you look at a game like Grounded, you can kind of think of Pikmin evolving into more of a realistic look like that as well.
Pikmin, I don't know.
And listen, they won't lose their identity. They will just be transitioning and evolving. And again, without having to leave behind everything else that they do.
I think with Pikmin,
because they make versions of these things.
I think I like what they're doing now, but like what I'm saying, I don't mind them taking leaps of faith in sort of scenarios, but I like the idea of having the very cartoonish looking alien, like Olimar and friends. Like they should stay the way they look, but have the environments become hyper realistic, like real wood, looking like real wood and shit, like the dewdrops on.
But that's already what they do. The environments look way more realistic than the characters already.
Characters look
realistic. I think you don't know how you feel about it because you haven't had them do it. You know how you feel about things when they give it to you. And that's the problem, right? We're so caught up, especially with Nintendo. I don't know what is it that it's like they're fucking handicapped by the fans with this bullshit of like, oh, but I want my Mario to look the same. Like, no, let them fucking explore. Let them do whatever they want. Let them go out and have Mario be play a different character where he gets to, maybe he's a detective and he talks and he does all this stuff and he
they do Mario Sports. They go ahead, they do all these
but I'm talking about
of
growing him up.
Yes,
not
I know what you're saying.
Constantly, they just move him from one place to the other and put him in a different hat. I'm talking about pushing him forward. We have the opportunity now when we didn't before, but we have the opportunity now. He's in a movie. People dig the movie. They don't know about Charlie Montanet or Montague, whatever his name is.
Oh, he's done now.
They know Chris Pratt's voice as him. You're obviously not going to have Chris Pratt do the voice, but you get a sound alike to do the voice in your games, and you start making every character have something. And now you can make real RPGs. You can make real stories instead of the same fucking story about him capturing or Princess being captured. Obviously, we know they moved away from that and they're doing variations and different stuff of it. But I want to see them involved without constantly being like, oh, we can't go too far. No, you can go far. Make us fucking Starfield type game with Mario as the main character. He's just exploring all this shit.
I mean, they do make RPGs
about Mario Galaxy right there.
Yeah, but like, I want it to look like Starfield and not like Mario Galaxy.
That's what's funny because with when I hear you and saying that they should do so much more, it's interesting because with Mario Galaxy, the director and sort of like a team, they had so many ideas of how to truly change Mario forever in terms of story. They wanted real plot. They wanted characters to be far more fleshed out than they ever were. They wanted like a huge step for Mario. But fun fact, Shigeru Miyamoto actually does not like storytelling in video games, and he prefers them to be very arcadey in comparison to like The Last of Us and stuff like that. That's why Zelda and Mario are very basic.
That was before.
Listen,
no, but he still supervises, so he kind of
but it's still before. Now he has a movie. Well, that's not too far from that. So don't put that in people's mind where it's like, oh wait, he has to die for change to come. You know what I'm saying? You don't want those type of negative things going his way.
But listen, we talk about PlayStation making a box, a cardboard box, and jumping in it. Or digging a hole and jumping in it by staying where they were, finding that money and not evolving.
Yep.
I have made it very clear plenty of times how much I love Nintendo and that I don't want them losing their charm in the way that they make our games. Okay? But we in this conversation literally is how I'm just talking about my thought process as we're talking about it, as you were asking the question, it dawned on me that they make different versions of Mario games. They make different versions of Zelda.
Yeah.
And that's how I ended up where I am. And now I'm connecting it to PlayStation and how they are kind of against the wall.
True.
I know Nintendo's doing great with what they're doing, but the way that these things are evolving, you could see eventually if they don't adapt, these things coming to bite them in the ass as well. And now I'm thinking of the deal that they made with Phil. It all just seems like they have figured out that they need to continue and move forward.
I think
And
so, man.
hopefully this is what they're doing.
This is why they made that movie, right? They made that movie because they know, and this is just the reality, outside of us hardcore people who've been playing games forever,
Yeah.
these kids that are growing up today, unless we say, hey, let's put on a Mario, I'm going to force you to know this person. Mario's not on your iPad. It is on Mario Run, but that's not the type of game that they want to play, right? They play and watch totally different shit. Like Mario is not like a game character that the youth is growing up with.
I mean, I feel like kids
just
still
not,
just
unless
really
you
know
put it in their
Mario.
hand.
Like there's still plenty of kids that love Mario Brothers that are like young. Like it's not like Mario's fading from relevance.
Well,
That's
listen,
Well, I
no
will
one, no
tell
one
you-
lasts forever, man.
Listen, I will tell you
Like,
this.
Mario is the closest we'll get to Mickey Mouse in terms of recognizability. Like show a picture of Mario and most people will be like, "Oh, that's Mario."
No, yeah, but most
Ah,
people, we're
So
not. We're
I will
talking about
tell you
kids.
this real quick. When we went to see the movie,
Yeah.
right? We went with our little ones, right?
Uh-huh.
We all kind of went
The
at different
tots.
times. Yes. And there were other people with their younger kids, some a little older, some a little younger, some the same age. And it was the parents that were sitting there trying to watch the Mario movie. And so the kids were just almost, it got to the point where they were just hanging out and playing together, some of them. And it's like, you know, I turned to CMoney. I'm like, it's us. We're out here trying to watch this movie because we love these characters.
Well, were the tots watching?
So
Munchkins?
so let me tell you this, okay? And this is why I think it's easy to forget. Nintendo is just one of the oldest companies with these old franchises. But if you map out their history of consoles, success is not what they're like known for. You know what I'm saying? Like they had the early success with the Nintendo, Super Nintendo, but like Nintendo 64 was what? Did what?
Like 30 something million, 32 maybe.
Okay.
Like okay.
Yeah, and they didn't really have like they had important games, right? Like they were there at the beginning,
time or
right?
landmarks.
And that's what gives them their street cred. But like console wise, after Nintendo 64, what was it?
GameCube
that did shit.
Had legendary games, but they didn't
did
sell
garbage,
shit.
Right? And after Nintendo 64, I'm sorry, and after GameCube, the
Everyone
Wii
loves the Wii,
blew up. But let's
you
be
know.
clear. Let's not try to fucking fudge this. That shit had nothing to do with Mario. Zero
It was Wii
to do with
Sports,
Mario.
of all
Nobody
things.
gave a fuck about Mario with the Wii. It was the Wii Sports and the motion controls that grandmas and grandpas were like, oh shit, I could do my exercise. Okay.
Oh,
That's why
sweetie.
that console blew up. You know why you know that? Because as soon as they went back to just a regular console without the motion controls, they did dog shit.
That was
The Wii U. Mario
I love the
does
Wii U
not
too, by the way.
equal success. You know where Mario equals the most success?
Where?
In handheld form. The handhelds have always done well. Their consoles have not. Let's be clear.
That's true.
Nintendo Switch is a handheld first
Hybrid.
for 90% of the people who own one.
I mean, there's a light, which is just a handheld.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So the
So
Switch
for me, it's
is
fun.
a
So my
handheld.
first system was Nintendo, right? Super Nintendo, freaking loved it. Skipped the
Super
Nintendo
Nintendo?
64
Oh,
and the GameCube, and I went then the Switch. I'm
Damn.
sorry,
Bantu, what's
the
up, my
Wii.
man? Thank you for stopping
Listen.
by, brother.
Thank
Oh,
you for stopping
thanks for
by.
stopping by.
Welcome, baby.
Bro.
So Nintendo, Super Nintendo, The Wii U, and the Switch. Freaking love them all.
Huh.
Amazing freaking systems.
Yeah,
So
they
for
were
me,
all good systems.
yes.
If you
So
had it.
I understand what you're saying, where like where were they to buy the games, to buy the systems when the other ones came out that flopped?
Exactly. They're not there. Be clear. It's not the same.
And it's a
It's
great point
handheld
that you brought
Nintendo
up.
that
Yes,
does
thank you.
well.
You know
That's
what's effed up
the
about the
point
Wii
you
U?
brought up. That's the
They
key.
never got a major mainline Mario. Yeah, sure, there's 3D World, but that's like in terms of like a big boy open world major Mario that actually left a print on the community show like that, like Sunshine 64 Galaxy. It was non-existent. Like it just didn't have one. That's wild.
You know
Didn't
why
even try.
else it normally like skips as well? Because a lot of
Which one? Sorry,
parents,
say it
like
again.
once they buy a system, if they're not buying it to like for them as well, it's kind of
again?
like you already have one.
I didn't hear that.
You know
first
what I
bit.
mean? So you
Yeah,
end up
she's talking
kind of
about the system, the next system. or
yeah,
whatever.
you end up kind of like skipping a system or two before you get another one.
Yep.
If you're not like a
If you're not
gamer as
hardcore, and that's
well,
the
yes.
problem. That's the problem.
So that's where they could be lacking. And honestly, you brought up a great point. Yes, they did come into the handheld, but now everybody jumped on that wagon. So
Yep.
that idea has been expanded. Again, you can play
Exactly.
freaking Starfield on a freaking handheld. That's crazy. And I'm not talking about the Xbox version of it,
No,
right? And so
exactly.
that's a big deal. So what can they do next? They need to come and match the power of the systems.
Agreed.
That will be great for Nintendo, in my opinion. And I think that with that they can do so much more. Even if they can't figure out how to work that power and how to make these realistic games, then maybe they need to invest a bit into going ahead and doing these more realistic, more darker version of these games that they've made so well. And I think in the long run that could be very, very beneficial. And they don't need to start with them all, right? They can
Agreed.
start slowly.
Agreed. G maybe says this is why I said they should call it the Nintendo Power Switch.
Power baby.
Listen,
I mean,
I
Nintendo
Switch
Power.
too,
that's also
man.
a
They can't
reference
do
to, like, the
anything. I'm
90s
telling you, they
magazine.
can't fuck it up. Chicken Eye says, man, Nintendo finally making a powerful system is scary. Getting back to the world of power
Remember
is a big
those
deal.
days.
It's just
Yeah.
whether they'll do something with it.
Jeez.
Exploration of characters is always welcome, but kids love the Mario we have. That's what John says. Yeah, I feel that. John also says, unfortunately, they already hit the money with the old school Mario characters, Doodle, and it's understandable not to fuck with something that works. Mario is a forever cash cow.
And
That's
I'm
fair.
not suggesting that they do. I think they need to keep the versions of Mario games that they are making.
I mean, they've
That's not
tried.
the
They
risk
just
they
need to
should
explore.
take. They
Funny
need
thing, you
to
know what's funny? You talk
expand.
about
Go
you
ahead,
talk about the
Mara.
characters actually having personality, but out of all the games, it's the RPGs that make an effort to explore their lives beyond saving Peach or having relationships with with Mario and Luigi. You play the Mario and Luigi games, they have a really cool chemistry. Like they actually mess with each other like brothers and shit like that. It's
Yeah,
cool.
so we need a
And
voice
Paper
with them,
Mario is
and we
very
need them high
similar.
budget, right?
Like
Because
Paper
as
Mario,
cool those things look, it's only to a certain subset of people because that's not something I'm going to play. Like I'm
I
not
mean,
going to
they're
play
pretty
Paper
good. I
Mario.
played
It's
Superstar
quality
Saga
has
on the
nothing to do with it,
3DS,
right?
and I actually really liked it. I never beat it, but it was fun from what I played.
The
It's funny.
problem is that there's quality exists much more frequently now, right? So like there's a bunch of quality games out there. So like saying, oh, you should play this game because it's good. It's like, well, if that's not my cup of tea, even if it's good, it's not worth it because I have many other games that are my cup of tea that I can play. So they need to start getting into a world where they do cater to people outside of their just solely Nintendo box. And they need to make somebody who owns an Xbox and PlayStation who doesn't own a Nintendo because they don't give a shit about Mario say, oh shit, we got to play that Mario game like Zelda did with Breath of the Wild,
That was
right?
Yeah.
for a lot
That
of
was a big boost. Now, the first one did amazing. Second one was not so great. It was good as a game, but it's not so great because the graphics look so shit. And it's like, yo, I already did that when you first came
Talk
out
about
with the
Tears of the
system.
Kingdom.
The next, Tears of the Kingdom, the graphics sucked.
I mean, in
wanted
comparison
them-
to the next gen systems.
Well, no, in
You-
comparison to the
What
old one,
CMoney
it looked
loves
worse.
is how they evolve
Or-
the
how did it
world
look?
into
Okay.
the
It
things
looked
that you
worse.
can
Maybe it's
make
the
and
shock
stuff like
value.
that.
But I mean, I looked at a trailer for both, and it definitely is an improvement.
Nah, if you're playing it, it looks.
I mean,
worse.
Breath of the Wild is a Wii U game part, and Tears of the Kingdom is solely a Switch game.
But they didn't use that power for graphics. They used that power to do all the magnetic shit and all the systems that they did. They didn't raise the graphics. The graphics are the same or not a little worse. Victor says Nintendo is not ready to spend up to 100 million or more on their games. Going with so much visual upgrade require a lot of monetary investment. Nintendo just won't take same problem with Sonic. That's why Sonic is stuck in that same shit too. They try with Frontier, but it's a half step.
Yeah,
doesn't look good. We thought it looked good in the trailer, but then when you see the game, it's like, all right, that doesn't really look that good. It looks shitty.
Like I think that they tried so hard with the Z-axis, and it just doesn't work that well. Like I think he's just better off in 2D unless they have like some amazing solution to figure out 3D Sonic. It's like a math equation they just can't figure out. And it'll probably be like a while until someone has the answer. The Albert Einstein is saying no. MC Square is the answer, my good sir. You know?
Yeah. John said Nintendo just need to keep doing the same. Mario is the biggest cash cow in history. Ask all the companies which IP they wish they had. All will say Mario. If not, they're lying. That's true. They want Mario, but I bet you if Xbox made a Mario game, it would play like Mario, but look amazing. And that's the difference. They need to get to that CG point, right? They need to keep walking that way. They need to get away from just keeping it kiddie and give us that more realistic feel so we feel like they're evolving, because it's not, we can't stay in the same place, man. Fanto Sarcher again, welcome, my man. Says Nintendo does take more risk than Sony. Yes, those are facts. They try, man. They're not meek. They do try shit.
Yeah.
And when they hit big. It's just that a lot of times the problem with that is that it's a weird thing that made it hit, right? So if once that weird thing is no longer weird, it loses that
because
that excitement.
It's what have you done for me lately, rather than a mutual relationship, if that makes sense.
Exactly. And that's the problem, because right now the new Switch will be another handheld, and now you're not going up against zero handhelds in the world. Now you're going up, they're gonna, every IGN, GameSpot, all these companies are going to be saying Switch 2 versus your Steam Deck versus this thing versus this, and then it's going to be like, oh shit, it's a brand new system. They want how much, and it looks that much worse.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like they can't have that happen.
I don't know. I mean, there is a little thing. Like I don't think Steam Deck and all that stuff is going to destroy the Switch, or like it might pose a little threat for like the hardcore community.
You can literally emulate Switch games on your Steam Deck.
That requires someone who gives a shit. I mean, that the casual consumer base is still going to go with a Switch or sequel or whatever, because they're not just going to figure out how to make their Steam Decks work and how to connect it to their Steam account and emulate games and shit like that, because they're just not going to do it.
Agreed. But that doesn't change the fact that just like any other game console that they released, that why would I even upgrade to the next Switch if I already have the original Switch? Right.
Listen, especially considering like, okay, so they did the Switch, they did the OLED, they did like they did different versions of it. They've really milked this. And so they do have to come out with something that makes people really want that next system. And the reason for it is because we kept either upgrading or we just bought the latest one, or like it's a pickle either way. You know what I mean? So you need to give me, I'm speaking for myself, you need to give me a reason. I'm going to want it anyways, but you're going to need to give me a reason for wanting that Switch, because again, I've been riding with you and upgrading with you. And so what am I upgrading to?
Facts. 100%. 100%. All right. So with that, we're going to move on to the last couple of pieces, because we went way longer than we were anticipating. But I will say, Victor says Nintendo's going to probably struggle, as I don't see them spending the money for the next Zelda to be visually up there. I feel that.
I mean,
John says I'm gonna go through this without too much commentary, because I'm just trying to read the stuff, and then we're gonna get moving. John says Luigi's Mansion on Switch was dope as hell. Yes, it was, and that upsets me because I feel like on a new system they can make that shit sing. Darren says Nintendo consoles evolved and innovated, but their characters haven't much. Darren, 100%. Jesse says, even when graphically challenged, Nintendo attach rates are insane, like 40 to 60%, depending on the game. Yes, that is true, but that's because those people who are buying them for that very specific reason. We just want the other people to be involved. I feel like I want to get more people. John says, not gonna happen, bro. Cash cow ain't getting fucked with. I feel that. I get that. Fantu Sarcher says, there was a little noise about Nintendo trying VR. That's a risk. Yeah, I mean, they came with that little box. I mean, maybe they're gonna do some AR stuff. That would be dope. I mean, it's possible.
Guys, before we move on, please hit the like button.
Yes. And if you're watching and you're not subscribed,
join us.
Subscribe, because that would be the cool thing to do.
Yeah, you really should. Your mom would want you to.
Your mom would want you to. All right. So real quick, I just want to mention it because this is dope. Fortnite.
Yes.
In a bunch of Halloween.
Oh my God, I'm excited.
The Fortnitemares event. Oh,
and
I'm excited.
I am digging the fact that you got Skeleton Jack.
What? Jack Skellington?
Jack Skellington? I said the name. Both words were there.
Jack. Oh my God.
He's trying to see if you can crack the code, Madman.
So you have Jack Skellington. You got Michael Myers.
Let's go.
And you got Alan Wake.
Let's go.
Look at
that.
That is fire,
crap,
dude.
Alan Wake. Let's go.
Fire.
And listen, I did not see Disney going ahead and saying, yes, go ahead and use Jack Skellington.
Yeah, I did not think
I did not see that coming at all.
We are so close to Mickey in Fortnite. You
It's
got
happening.
Jack holding a gun now. Don't act
Yes.
like you can't have your characters holding guns, because now
It's
Jack's
going
gonna
down.
be shooting up people. So you gotta get Mickey on that shit.
Listen,
Give him a gun.
Disney's making moves. We don't know what's going to
That's
happen.
what we're talking about.
down.
Evolving and getting with it, collect that paycheck and give us what we want. It's exciting to have the Halloween season in Fortnite, as always, delivering with the characters, the skins, the dances. I got to get in there and see what they've got going on with the dancing. It's always freaking dope.
I feel like it's
So
gonna be
I'm
so-
excited.
I feel like Michael Myers dancing will be so fucking funny. I don't know why. Like, it seems so ridiculous in my mind.
Cullen Prime, thanks, my man. I
Thank you
appreciate
for
you. We're
coming
wrapping up
by,
anyway, man.
love.
Thank you so much, dude.
Have a great night.
Time for Loki. Oh, you're
Um,
gonna watch Loki.
yeah, that's gonna be dope. We gotta hop in. We gotta have some fun. Maybe do some
Little bang
streams, man. We gotta figure out how to get some streams in.
I know.
We have a lot of shows now, but I missed
All
doing them.
right.
It was fun times. All right, and then the last thing I just call retired, but not. Apparently, Kamiya from Platinum Games. Remember, he left.
Everyone loves Kamiya, but not really.
He left the studio.
Okay.
We thought he was fired. Maybe he just retired. I don't know. But he says he's not retiring, and he can't work in the industry for a year because of his non-compete.
Yes, that
But
contract.
he is waiting for some offers that have been floated his way. So I guess we will see him again. And we don't know where he's gonna go, but probably not at Xbox.
Listen, I love how he's out here saying, I'm not retired. All right.
Yep. I just gotta wait a year.
I just
and then I'll be
I
back.
gotta weigh it out. I was fired.
So,
Facts.
where's my job opportunity?
John says, looking forward to the Halloween show, guys.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, that's gonna be dope.
We're excited.
And Darren
Yes.
says, did Disney have gargoyles? If so, I'd like to see them in Fortnite. Was Gargoyles a Disney property?
Yeah, that was Disney cartoon.
That'd be dope. That'd be dope. All right. And then the last guy who's retired but not is Shinji Mikami, the guy who made Resident Evil. He
Oh,
recently, remember, Xbox bought Bethesda, who bought his studio, Tango Gameworks. They made Hi-Fi Rush and The Evil Within. He retired from there because he wanted to make, but he said he wanted to make one more game, and I don't know what happens. But he recently said that his non-compete is over, so he is done, and he says he wants to get back to work.
I feel like that's the way you do it, right? Like once it's over and you're like ready to come back, it's like, okay, the person that did all of this is coming back. Like that's cool, right? But when you're sitting there and you're like, I'm just trying to weigh out my 1 year to, get back at it because I don't want to retire. I don't know. I just don't like the ring of it.
I don't want to retire.
Retiring is like, it's like dying.
Like,
You know what I'm
that's
saying?
it.
Like you shouldn't ever really retire. You need to do something.
I mean, the moment
No.
you retire, you're like, I'm done.
unless you're loaded and you just want to retire by spending your time with your family, because that's dope. All right, I think, guys, we're gonna wrap it up right there.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
This was so fun. Thank you so much. We went over an hour longer than we wanted to.
Yes.
But we got a late start, and then
we
had
had
a
so
real
much
fun time.
You guys are freaking
It was hard
amazing.
to pull the plug, right? It was hard to pull the plug.
Are so funny. You guys were riding with us, and
Absolutely.
we had a great time. Join our Discord, you guys.
Yes, it's right underneath Madman. The information is right on the screen. Definitely do it. Victor says, but why leave your own gaming company to go look for something else? Probably because Microsoft wants them to go in a different direction, and they don't force them to make games, but maybe he wanted to do something completely different, and they were like, we probably want to do some of these ideas, and maybe he just didn't want to. But guys, thank you so much. We're gonna end it now. I do want to remind you all, remember, YouTube won't let us monetize. So if you ever had a desire to throw some love our way and show us some love and support, please consider joining our Patreon. It is linked in the comments. It's pinned up on top. It's also in the description, and it's scrolling down by the wheel on the bottom of the screen. I want to shout out the people who have joined our Patreon and have supported us. I will in 1 second once it comes back around, because the wheel is taking forever. But we definitely want to shout out our homie, Mr. Joanna Dark, Dragonheart Yobi, Fonto Sir, Isaac Hayes 85, Zachary McCoy, and Sith Lord. Thank you all
you guys.
Thanks
so very much. Tiger, welcome. John, great show as always. Thank you so much, man.
Guys,
listen, we thank you all. Remember, we will be back here tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern time, with OnPoint, Anime, and Beyond. Obviously, you got a little taste. Madman was already ready to start talking about some stuff.
He was ready to go. So you guys know we're bringing it tomorrow.
We're going to have a fun time tomorrow. So definitely come rock with us. We really, really appreciate it. And then remember, we'll be back Monday with Morning Quest at 9 or 9:30, depending. We'll let you know ahead of time. And that's going to be with Doodle and myself. And we're going to have a great time talking gaming and all that fun stuff to start the week. And don't forget, Tuesday, her, him, and the guest.
Oh my gosh,
double
I'm so
header.
excited.
We got Fonz, Jay Fonzarelli, stopping by. Her, him, and the guest, 4 p.m. Eastern time. And then we're going to have another guest, 7 p.m. Eastern time, Karim Jovian.
Yes.
We're going to have an amazing day. Bring some food, bring some drinks.
Yes.
Rock with us, because it's going to be a fun night.
Baby. We're going to have so much fun. It's going to be amazing.
Absolutely. Guys, thank you all so very much. We're going to end the show the way we end every single show.
Let's go.
Doodle.
Yes.
No.
Man.
Yes.
Show's over, man.
Man, I would never guess it.
Until next time.
You're intruding.
You're intruding.
You're intruding.